Hello, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of Low Ink October 2023. I am Debbie, and I'm joined here by the one, the only, the amazing Falco.
Debbie, how's it going? Happy October, Low Ink. We missed everybody last month. We were busy running Super Jump, but hey, we are happy that we have such a lovely Low Ink this month. You know, I think especially kind of with Ludi starting, it's always hard to predict how many teams are going to be signing up for Low Ink. But of course, in classic Low Ink fashion, we have a ton of teams, which are bringing us to our top 32 today. And we're going to be starting off with Smoking Moai versus Determination, Debbie.
Yeah, we're going to be starting off with a couple of these teams. And even I was looking at the top 32 list just beforehand, just seeing like, okay, what are the recognizable names and who do we got? Just because I haven't really kept up with with things in a bit, I only really recognized 4 names out of the list. These two aren't one of the 4, but I feel like some of the names do pop out to me, but it's like sitting there in the back of my mind, like I know this, but where did I see them?
Yeah, it's like when you see somebody out of like where you typically see them, like you see a friend from school outside of school, and you're like, wait a minute, hold on, like I gotta get oriented here. Like it's hard to recognize them in the place, and I feel like that happens all the time here, especially in Low Ink and in the comp scene. You see people, you're like, where did we find this person before? Where did they come from? But yes, taking a look here, we see the round 1 brackets going on. Again, top 32 teams here. Again, we have 8 groups going on right now. A lot of these teams, you know, very recognizable. Some of the teams making the top 32 for the first time. I know in particular, I was talking to some people, we wanted to keep an eye on the JoJos who are in Group C here. They're doing really well, especially coming off of from the Ink Up victory and doing really well. But hey, let's hop into our first match here for Low Ink Day 2, October 2023.
All right, and we're starting off with Clamblitz, Barnacle, and Diamond. We've seen a lot of crazy moments from this map mode just throughout every kind of event and all sorts of things. Some interesting things to take note is that Aphrodite here is bringing out the Range Blaster, and contestant with the V Machine is actually appearing over the Slosher Neo that lots of people like to play these days because of Trizuka, but Booyah Bomb being the preferred special in this case.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see the 2 Trizuka on the side of Smoking Moais as well. I believe that's going to be Quad Suction Bomb 2. 3 going to go down now on Determination. That is the wipeout where Smoking Moais is going to start their push. They're seeming to get a power claim, get all their ducks in a row, all their claims in a row, able to get that score and continue to get in a position for a follow-up. Gecko here now trying to gather some more claims, but only 2 of the members on their team are alive. I don't think there's going to be any follow-up to this push, but a very aggressive lead early on, Debbie.
Yeah, it was a very burst start. They played off of the couple specials that they had. We saw the Zuka coming out, getting a couple picks, and then the others just moving in with it to get that burst start that they wanted. They had the clams to make 1, but unfortunately, like they couldn't extend their lead. But this gives the opportunity for Determination to move back into middle here. However, it looks like that they are being stuck in behind as 1 member to 2 from Smoking Moai are sitting up in that top right corner there, just not allowing Determination to get through.
No, they really aren't. I mean, like, again, they're just seeming to just hold mid a little bit and now slowly creeping forward. They're going to have to watch for one of the Booyah Bombs that's going to displace a few members here on the left side as Gecko tries to stay alive. 2 are now going to go down on Smoking Moai, and this will be where Determination is trying to push forward. We can see they're pushing with the Zuka. We have one of the members here, Fox the Box, pushing up and getting a nice splat, gathering some clans, now has 6 in their possession, and using the Fizzy to try and lock out some of these Moai players as well. But it's going to be hard. They're going to need a little bit more support if they want to get this push, and I think that's coming from the Wiper, who's unfortunately going to go down right now. But it looks like Determination is determined to get this push.
There's the pun that's going to appear probably a few times during this set. But yeah, Determination up in the corner, able to get Smoking Moai back, and we could see how they kept Smoking Moai down in a position where there's always 1 down, and one of the shots seems to usually go down one of these defensive plays. However, Ink Zuka comes out, is able to find a pick this time. The last couple Zukas usually fell short from Smoking Moai, but they're able to pick 1. It looks like now they have the sloshing machine down as well. And there's still a fight going up in the top corner here, and it looks like that one goes down in a trade. But ultimately, this ends up allowing Smoking Moai to take control of their right side corner here and push Determination back to middle, giving them a little bit of breathing room so that they can regroup in the middle and take some turf back.
Yeah, I think what didn't work out for Determination there is getting the power claims a little too early and just having a permanent point sensor on. They couldn't really make any strategic pushes. At that time, you couldn't get the power claim right in front of the basket and catch anybody off guard, and it seemed like Smoking Moai was just able to really identify where members of Determination were. And now Smoking Moai trying to push forward. They do have 2 power claims in a 3v3 situation, gathering more map control, having control of mid, but just like how Smoking Moai or Determination was before, again, getting those power claims a little too early can sometimes jeopardize your push, as it looks like now we are just back in this classic stalemate in mid.
Yeah, there was a solid moment there where Pain Pat here, this squeezer, was the only one alive on the bottom corner there, and there was a prime opportunity for Smoking Moai to go forwards, but the squeezer was able to get a pick there and stop that. However, we're looking at Gecko getting kind of the delayed wipe there happening, but enough for a jump. 3 power clams at the ready. We see Pain Pat able to pick off one, but the power clam goes in, the second clam goes in, the third clam is in. Okay, well, we're gonna Smoking Moai on a roll here as they're just got to gather the last few clams to potentially KO this. Gecko here stalling it as now he got a few points remaining. Aphrodite's gonna jump in with these 3. That should be enough to end it, and that is game.
Textbook plays there for Smoking Moai, and that is so difficult when you're Determination, when you have a near wipe and you see 3 power clams coming towards your basket. It is all hands on deck. And even after the power claims, just the follow-up there just was really incredible, knowing which players needed to jump, getting them in a good position to jump, because what you want to do is make sure that the defending team is dropping down so you can push up on the slick spot. And I mean, that is exactly what worked out. So a very, very good win. And I think too, you know, we were watching that and kind of seeing a stalemate for the first 4 minutes, but sometimes all it takes is, again, one good push with 3 power claims to go in. And again, that is exactly what happened, as we will now be moving on to Splat Zone's ship shape.
Yeah, even though in that last game there, like, both teams had solid opportunities. Like, we had the burst start from Smoking Moai that worked out, but Determination held it for basically the rest of the game until the very end, where Specials got a couple picks, and then they ended up having that delayed wipe, which was unfortunate, and those 3 power clams were at the ready. Like, Smoking Moai, like, you mentioned how they always had the clams early as well, but they kept that big economy so that they were ready to get that push off, and you can see how they're all moving in as a unit, so even though 2 of them are seen, they still have backup around one of those clams. And that is something they did well, especially after when they got that delayed wipe. They just went in with all of them, and there was the massive clam economy. But yes, Splat Zone ship shape now. Now we have the middle control here. So both teams, they had similar ways to go back and forth here. Lots of even fights being taken. And I saw, like, in the middle of some of those team fights, it was just like, is this one special going to get the pick? Because there was a few Zukas that I saw in the last game that just missed the mark on a couple players. It was really close, but just missed the mark and just held it there in a corner. But both teams have strong holding power. So we just got to see, like, who can win those main fights, whether if they win the start or if they're trying to get out of a lockout. It's going to be quite amusing to see here.
And let's hop into the second game. Once again, Splat Zone's ship shape. And again, we'll see if we see any different weapons, and immediately we do. That's going to be on the side of Smoking Moai, I believe. Yes, or I think Determination. We're going to be seeing the Paintbrush come out, and so we're going to see some Wave Breakers, and we're still going to see that double shot. No longer triple suction on the side of Smoking Moai, but we are going to be seeing a Splat Bomb in its place for some a little bit more lethal surprise kills.
Yeah, they're still opting for all the bombs, a lot of forward pressure, and meanwhile, Determination, we see, like, things you wouldn't normally expect to see, but can combo actually quite well when they get forward. Oh ho ho! The double Zuka arcing over that ramp, getting 2 members there to hold back Determination. Determination here now just has to hop on forward here, and the Gluka's making a nice move there, but did get jumped on by another member of Smoking Moai. They had a nice idea, but of course, Smoking Moai had that follow-up to be able to capture a couple of them in a corner again, and they're just having a difficult time breaking out here, even though I think they did have the right idea at the start with the Glugas tossing the wall and going forward there.
Yeah, and I think that was a suction bomb that killed one of the members of Smoking Moai right at the end as, or Determination as they're trying to push in, but Smoking Moai still able to hold on to the zone and the wipeout, and if this doesn't seal the deal, I don't know what will, because Smoking Moai just seemed to really be on a tear this game. One's going to go down, but that's not going to be enough for them to break in. Smoking Moai start to finish domination here in Game 2.
Wow, yeah, just the comp that they had definitely shuts, or like, I guess it shuts down the comp, but it just because it attacks a lot of the weaknesses of the comp that Determination pulled out, because coming from a person who has a similar team comp to Determination there, it does have some solid tag team potential and holding, but of course they just couldn't get out of the barricade that Smoking Moai had, so it's unfortunate that we couldn't see the full potential of what the Gluga Paintbrush was trying to accomplish. But just Smoking Moai there, it was just like, yeah, no, we're just gonna take this. We're gonna keep him back. We know what the weakness is, and you could see that it really worked for them.
Yeah, and it's, of course, like, what do you do after the wipeout happens? Getting your players in key positions, especially poking up there on the left side, because that is such a common place for players to drop or just to kind of paint around and get a feel for who's by the zone. But yeah, Smoking Moai's really unstoppable in that game. Yesterday, they did go 4-2 in Group A, maybe, I think. And then Determination went 5-1 in Group D, so... of course, in top 32, you lose one. You're not out of it yet for alpha contention. You know, you definitely want to win your next two in order to try and stay afloat. But Smoking Moai's, with how well that they played during that set, they seem to be unstoppable, and we'll see how well they do in their next few games.
Even with Determination, like, they're not out of it there yet. They've got strategies developing behind the scenes here. And I don't think that this last game was a solid, like, showcase of it. But like I said, I literally am a part of a team that runs very similarly to what that comp that was just brought out from Determination. And I know the power that it can bring when it is communicated and coordinated properly. So they're not out of the woods yet. And you could see... I don't even know if I worded that right, but there is a lot of potential there. And even from the first game, we could see how back and forth the fights were on the Clam Blitz game. They definitely have the potential to stay in the game here, as we could say. They will definitely be determined after that one.
And they're going to be in Group D here that you can see on the right side. Wi-Fi Problems and Stardust in their set. Stardust in Satyrs getting a 1-0 victory, or leading 1-0 over Wi-Fi Problems. A few of the sets that have already wrapped up here. Super Team 5 in Group A, 2-0 over Forgotten. Retro Radio, 2-0 over Indigo in Group C. 7, 8, 9, but 2-0 over Perihelie? I'm sure how to pronounce that name. In Group E, Barracudas, Limoneros. I needed to wake up today. I need to have more coffee.
There's just a lot of pronunciation here, and I'm no better, Falco, if you want to be honest.
Yeah, why'd they put us two together, Debbie? You know,
because we're entertaining. Because of this reason in particular, I don't know.
Let's go with that narrative. Let's run with it. But they have a 2-0 victory over Static Stop, and we see Misk 2-0 over Los Inklings. And by the way, Los Inklings, their Ludi group this season in Div 5 is absolutely, it's so fun to watch so far. And then yeah, Crescent Knipe over a 2-0 over Sneknip. So more sets kind of wrapping up. It's always exciting to see the sets that are tied 1-1 right now, such as all the matches going, or the only two matches going on in Group H there. Ink Black, Eternal Oblivion, Calamity Forge Neo, and 07 Honor Bound, along with
both of those sets are 1-1, Falco, in Group H.
Yeah, it's fun. Those are so fun. We love to keep our eyes on those, yeah.
That's definitely be a good one, and of course, like that group H in particular is the one out of all these groups I feel like I know the most, and even just watching Ink Black from last night, those have got to be amazing sets happening down in Group H. Like, whoa.
No, definitely. And I know Honorbound, they recently won. They won from the Ink Up on Friday, so they're still riding high. Had a very good day one yesterday, I believe, going 4-2. And we were mentioning before the stream started, Ink Black. They had a very fun set on Friday night in their Ludi set against Shine, where you and Nino, or you and Nito, I think, were on your toes the entire time.
Like right off the start, it was like, this is only game one, and we're dying here from how close this is. And and then after that, just one definitely was showing themselves more up on top there. But still, even throughout the entire game, sometimes even if the score says fully of like the 2-0s that we see, we don't know how close those games actually were. Like, some of them could be absolute nail biters, and it just falls slightly short, even though the score says 2-0. So yeah, even like if you look at some of the Ludi sets of teams that might go like 5-1 or 5-0, sometimes you just gotta wonder, like, I wonder how close these actually were, because of course it shows like a complete domination for one team, but what did they have to go through to get there? And that's what people don't consider for a lot of things. Like, it's just like, oh yeah, this team blew this team out of the water, like, look at the score, like, just completely shut them down. And I'm like, okay, but do you know the true story, the full story of what they went through to get this score?
Right. No,
and then they're like,
Yeah, exactly. Like, when you see a 2-0, when you see 3-0 on paper, we never know how those teams got there. It could have been, like, take for instance the set we just watched where Moais, where are they? Okay, Smoking Moais, where, kind of, well, they had a really good game in game one, but it didn't really take into effect until later. But then, their game two, they just dominated. And so you had kind of two different, I'll say, play styles or ways that the match could go. But of course, you see a 2-0 on paper, people always assume, like, oh, then they pretty single-handedly defeated them, like, in a good way. We do know our next match that is going to be happening. It is going to be Flashpoint versus Perihelie. They tried to tell us in our stream chat how to pronounce the name. I'm so sorry. I'm going to put it in my Google, like, text-to-speech thing so I can hear it, and I'll let you know, Debbie.
Okay.
Let's see. Let's pull that up.
It's just one of those things where it's like, another language, and I'm like, okay, what are the rules for these little, like, accents? And I'm like, I'm trying to remember my past 9 years of, like, French with all of these, and I think it's going to apply to similar rules there. But do you think I can remember that? Oh, yeah. Gosh.
I think Perihelie,
that sounds really close.
Perihelie.
I don't even know if the last E is actually, emphasized.
Yeah.
But
we're gonna go with it. We're just gonna go with it. Perihelie. I'm so. Either way, we're gonna be excited to watch them play. Checking to see how well they did in day one, seeing if which group they were in. I'll try and find that pretty shortly.
I think I might just call this Team Perry and go with that.
Team Perry. Perihelie. I don't even know the country of origin for it. So. They went 4-2 yesterday. Kind of making this top 32, and that's man, going 4-2. It's always such a mixed bag of if you're going to be at the very low end of top 32 or guarantee your spot in Gamma, because there are so many strong 4-2 teams who finished yesterday who are going to be in Gamma. So it's like really luck of the draw, and I mean everybody here knows this. That's why even if you lose a set, try your hardest on that game 3, just to make sure you don't get thrown to the wolves in a tiebreaker situation, and you end up in a bracket that you don't want to be in. So But yes, with this set coming up, I believe Flashpoint, where did they end on yesterday? We will find that information. Perihelie is French. Okay.
I figured it was French, but I was just like, oh, what are the rules of this again?
I took French like 10 years ago, but I took it.
As a growing up Canadian elementary school, you have to take French. So I'm like, it'd be great if I could remember this, but I haven't, kept up with it at all. And I had to try Spanish into there at one point, and it's like, oh gosh, everything's going out the window.
Well, I would be stuck with like je m'appelle Falco, like beginner French, not advanced deluxe. Yeah. Anyways,
deluxe.
Anyways, Flashpoint here also ending day 1 4-2. So again, both of these teams, I'd say, I don't want to say lucky to make it to this position, but like the cards were in your favor for day 1. Especially with having a higher win percentage over the opponents that you did beat. Flashpoint, their opponent win percentage was 63%, so a little bit on the higher side of the 4-2 teams, as that hovers right around the 50% mark. So they're going to be looking pretty strong going into this set, and we're going to be starting off on Rainmaker Scorch.
Rainmaker Scorch, oh my goodness. Just going into these, like sometimes like I can know what some of the players will play and kind of have an idea of how they might want to go around it. But of course, with this low ink, a lot of new faces for me, and like I don't know, of course, much about what they could possibly bring. So I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of strategies are there. Just kind of like how we saw the Paintbrush Glugas appear on the last one, right? Like, I know what they can do. I definitely know what they can do because I have a Glugas and Dynamo on my own team, and they work wonders together. But for this one, a lot of teams like to be fast-paced, something quick burst of the Rainmaker, and just really hard control those checkpoints either on the right, and even one likes to run across the grates there on the side just to be kind of like a sidetrack here. But let's see what they're going to bring out. Another Range Blaster with a Nautilus. Ooh, the Range Blaster really making a showcase today. And then we see a something we would usually see on the side of Flashpoint here, bringing out the Ballpoint Nouveau with the vacuum plays. I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, it's always fun to watch that on Rainmaker, and like you said earlier, I am pleasantly happy to see the Range Blaster getting a nice direct there. Can they get another one? It looks like they might help with the assist, but here's where the push was starting. We saw the vac push with the Rainmaker, getting that dunk pretty easily for the side of Perihelie, and they're going to be continuing this push, but now it's just going to be the Range Blaster who's alive. Going to want to try and retreat, but nope, they're going to go down. So very strong first push to get past that checkpoint, and that's how you want to set the tone for Rainmaker.
Yeah, one slight correction is that the vacuum was actually used to try to prevent the Rainmaker from dunking because it was on the other side.
Oh, yes, you're right.
But they were able to get the dunk because there was really nothing else shooting at the Rainmaker there towards it, and Team Perry here just had a lot of force up ahead here, but we can see how much pressure that they're putting directly back. Like, Vacuum is online now, should be in the area, so if they want to get the pop and push it even further, they have the Crab and the Vacuum at the ready to get a bunch more points off this push here.
Yeah, very stable, a stable and slow push for Flashpoint, but that sealed the deal. And look at that Vac getting 2 down. 3 are now going to be down on Perihelie, as Bear is going to be trying to pick this up. Can they stay alive? That's going to be the wipeout, and that might be the dunk there for Flashpoint. So really turning the tables there in the second minute of the game. They're going to get game 1 here.
They went from check to you're in checkmate. For real, what a turnaround there. Just the specials came back very quickly, and you could see how they were being patient with the push as well. Like, the front lines weren't going too far ahead. The Rainmaker was maintaining space with the Rainmaker itself and following alongside the Ballpoint to be able to poke people back. And the front lines using that cover fire within range to still, like, apply pressure up front, but not go too far in so that if they get in danger, they're going to get splatted. And you could see they were just able to take that first checkpoint without really having to use any of their resources because they pushed they pushed Perry back far enough. And I think, did I have that in the right way? Yes.
Yeah.
My mind is like, whoa!
When both of the game when the game happens so quickly, it's hard to remember like, okay, wait, which team did what? And especially because it wasn't a near one-sided match, because we saw Perihelie on we saw Team Perry. We saw them push and get that early checkpoint too, but unfortunately for them, that's really all they did in that game. And Flashpoint just having, again, the slow, methodical, we get to the check, and then sometimes you think the push is going to be done, just like Perry's was at that point. But no, they really kept up the pressure, and I think what helped is you had the VAC help after the checkpoint push. Mm-hmm. So with that added special and added pressure, and especially on Rainmaker on Scorch, when there's such a narrow path there at the end, and the VAC can just suck up anything that is remotely close to the Rainmaker with how congested it can be. So, and of course, getting a VAC double definitely does not hurt in that situation. So, very, very strong play there. But yeah, we are going to be starting now with Clam Blitz Crab Leg Capital for our game 2.
This, we have seen the Splatling players appear, and they are going to like this. I'd like to call this map Kelp Dome 2.0, but of course in a point where Frontlines can actually do things underneath. But Splatlings have a lot of great power here, and Sprig is going to have a lot of fun up top there, but there's going to be error with the blaster underneath, poking at its feet constantly, which could make it difficult to hold.
Yeah, and we're going to be seeing the change from the Ballpoint Nouveau to the vanilla Ballpoint, so we're going to be losing that VAC. But it looks like the same comp pretty much for Team Perry, as one is going to go down on both teams now, and I think it looks like Perry is going to be getting a little bit more control as Coda is trying to find a place to hide, and they do, but get the Zuka out. Can they find any picks at this time? It doesn't look like they do, but it is going to allow their team to push up into mid a little more and get some clams.
Yeah, Flashpoint here, able to take the mid area, and we can see how the members are trying to move up here, and the Blaster able to find one, but does get picked off in return. It looks like there is a 2-for-1 there that happens. The specials are just appearing left and right, and we can see that 2 down on the side of Flashpoint. So Team Perry able to push that back a little bit, try to regain a little bit of control, but Coda is not letting up there. They're not letting them regain a lot of turf, which is a good thing, so it allows for the rest of the team to come back into play, and we can see the Blaster, like I said before, Blaster wants to poke out that ballpoint as much as possible. Did miss, get followed up on, but of course with one splat comes another between these two teams, and just a brawl throughout the middle here.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about this a little bit at the beginning, but with the Rain Blaster being able to just, like, poke at the grates on top, and having the knot is definitely going to help too. And it's nice that they will have the paint support from the zap and the shot. So, like, just looking at the comp, they are going to be thriving, but it really just depends on how well the dualies on the side of Flashpoint are going to be able to contest. And we are going to be seeing some Zuka shots come out now on Flashpoint. Let's see if they can really do much with that, as 2 players on Team Perry are going to be going down. They will have some Soda online, but it's just going to be a matter of who can get there in time, as a lot of players on Team Perry are going to be going down, as Bear is pushing towards his basket and is going to get the first score of the game.
Very able to dodge around a couple of those blaster shots for a few bit, to be able to survive a bit. They get the one clam and able to follow up with the second as well, which is which is huge for Flashpoint. And Bear able to dodge roll in, get a couple of clams into stall, but that is going to be the end of the push, as Bear was the last one there. And we can see that Team Perry is able to go back into mid here. We see the shot at the ready. Error is getting ready to find a place to be able to poke out under a ledge here, and does find that ledge. You can see how it's poking back Coda and Fly on the left there, and Sprig just trying to get on top here, but the Zuka, of course, taking Sprig out immediately. And this is the opportunity that they want, but they get countered by another Zuka!
Yeah, Zuka's just all over the place. Not much has changed in the past few weeks here. And I think, too, with how flat this stage can be, really you just have 2 elevation levels, it seems like, whether you're on the grates or towards the basket, or down below here in mid. That's, the flatter the site, the better the Zuka's going to be. A lot going on here at the moment, but it looks like Flashpoint is going to be the one who picks up all of the clams and is trying to find a way to push it. We see Sprig trying to identify members on the side of Team Perry's basket as they're looking and poking, but not able to really make much do as the Knot is trying to get a pick. But we are going to see a jump here, and Sprig is just going to have a field day with this jump, being able to take them down. 2 players down now on Team Perry, and Sprig is still alive, getting a nice splat there with the Inkjet as well, and that's going to be the wipeout. So Flashpoint got to 57 before. We'll see how well they can follow up, assuming they get a power clam.
They do have the power clam there. I saw the clam laying right in front, but yeah, that play from Sprig was fantastic. Just doing those deeks to have the front line go swim over the ledge, takes out one threat, then can pick off another, and then has the Inkjet resources to pick off that other, while the team takes the one down below and is able to help follow up with that wipeout. And that was some amazing movement right there. And of course, now the team down to 46 it did extend their lead a little bit more. We have 40 seconds left in this game, and Team Perry just trying to find that entry point, but the Blaster getting picked off early here as they're going forward, was trying to get a pick for another team, but didn't quite have the extra follow-up at the time. But now they do with the Zuka shot, has that double, that extra pick right off the edge there. Does have the basket open. They have another clam there. They do manage to score it. They're one clam away from taking the lead. There's 20 seconds left. I think Sue's still around there, but the basket's basically defended at this point, and I think just fell short on that throw. It was a 1 clam difference there, Falco.
Yeah, it seemed like there was a lot of Hail Mary plays there, and it almost worked out there for Team Perry, just trying to get that last clam in, but of course that was led by the Hail Mary Zuka shots. And again, now that we are going into overtime, Team Perry does have 1 power clam in their possession, and it's going to be the Zap, who is the furthest back, trying to push up. 1 of the players are going to go down in a 3v3, but 2 are going to go down. We have a 2v2 now. Can Perry get it in? It is just going to be the Blaster who's alive, and no, they are going to go down. The Knot is going to be respawning, but it's not going to be enough time.
Oh, it was so close there on both chances. Just, oh my goodness. Even Sue, they tried to do the clam throw from the bottom of the ramp, and I'm pretty sure there is a place there where you can actually get like a little clam into the basket from down there. I can't quite remember the movement, but I have seen a clip of it. Did attempt it. It didn't quite go in. And of course went down there, but even at the end, just did not let up, and it was right there. It was right there. If the Blaster actually had the direct, I'm pretty sure they would have got the clam in, but they still would have needed follow-up after that clam to be able to get rid of the penalty and extend that point. And the rest of the team was down, so it was still close to opening the basket, but the rest of the team would have to come back in through an entire wave of mid with some clam before the timer would have ended, even if they had the basket open, but still very close from that last bit of scramble there, going to try to open that basket.
Yeah, and I think too, they got down to basically being 1 clam away when they had the basket open, and like we said, we saw that last second clam just trying to score, but unfortunately couldn't do it. But again, the Zuka shots from that game, and again, I know we've seen crazy Zuka shots lately, but just seemingly Hail Mary ones of, okay, I have 1 more shot left, I'm just gonna fire it this way. Oh, cool, I got somebody. When you kind of don't really expect it. But, the special usages really just seem to seal the deal for this game. Of course, there were a lot of skirmishes in mid, and that's when, it was very tight in mid. You would always have 4v4s go to 2v2s in mid, but it wasn't until the Zukas came out, it wasn't until the ballpoint with the Inkjet came out where you could really get a push going, which obviously makes sense, but not a crazy lead there for Flashpoint getting the win. It just, they did what they needed to do when they had the basket open, and Team Perry just tried to counter it, but just coming up 1 clam too short for them, unfortunately, does not bring them to Game 3.
Yeah, just a really close game there on the second one. It was kind of how it was on the last set. It just, reverse of the game 1 and 2 of the difference of power there. For this past set, we had at the start where, of course, Team Perry had that first start, and then Flashpoint just took it right back. And then on this last one, Flashpoint did look to have more of the control for most of the game, but Team Perry had those pushes towards where they really needed the most, and they had it there. They just about took that game. It was 1 clam away, and they even had the overtime clam there.
the other scores that happened during that are where that brings in now. So Flashpoint get win. They are now going to be 1-1. Team Perry is 0-2. So both of those teams are really hoping for that win. Flashpoint keeping their hopes alive, I would assume, for an anticipated alpha bracket. Team Perry is going to be hoping for one more game that they can get a win from, as we are going to be approaching the next set. I would imagine sometime shortly. I feel like these games were a little bit on the quicker side, but
Yeah, just the Rainmaker one, of course, was definitely on the quicker side. The Clams one went out the whole entire time, so we'll definitely have some time to make up here, because we can see like even one group, two actually haven't even reported score for game 1 yet. But then again, that could just be they aren't reporting along the way, because we know a few that just go directly right into it. I know I'm guilty of it sometimes. But we can see how some of these are going. We have what is it? Looks like 4 groups that have already reported 2-0s on their side, but a lot of others going 1-1s or 1-0s. The 1-1 right now being October Rift and Static Stop, so that's gonna be a good one to see who comes out on top of that one. But still a lot of and in Group B there, Misk and Back Down Give Up also at 1-1.
I love Back Down Give Up. Just stop right now. You're done. DC, please.
Back Down Give Up versus Wi-Fi problems needs to happen if it hasn't at one point in time, whether it's a scrim or just some occasion match. But that's just there you go.
Oh, that'd be so great. But yeah, we saw, going back to kind of the first set determination there, unfortunately going down to Wi-Fi problems. Los Inklings getting a 2-0 win over Blaze. The JoJos getting a 2-1 win over Indigo, so they have already finished Game 3. Like you said, sometimes if, teams are ready, just go on and play. I know, unless you're anticipating on being streamed, just start your next one. Makes it a little easier that way. Retro Radio 2-0 over TM18. What TM is 18 in Pokemon? Which one is that?
I am not that much of a Pokemon expert, so I couldn't tell you. Chat might know though. Chat might flood that answer.
I'm gonna look that up right now. It is. Actually, I don't know what it is. It's Overheat. Okay, well that's a good move. But hey, we're gonna be having our next TM18. Yeah. Our next game, Calamity Forge Neo versus Eternal Oblivion, coming from Group H here. So I don't know if they're finished now, if the scores need to update, or if that's just the one that we're going to be showing next. I would imagine both teams are still in their sets, since we don't see any updated scores reported. But I feel like Calamity Forge Neo they've been around for quite some time too. Really showing what they can do. I'd say not low ink veterans at this point, but we see them in day 2 of low ink pretty often.
Yeah, I've heard of a bunch of efforts too, because I know a few friends who have subbed for them here and there as well. And they were and have actually is the proper terminology, is that they have been making their efforts. They've been making their appearances here, and I've heard a lot of good things. So, and now being able to commentate them, of course, is going to be fantastic.
That's always makes it more fun. Especially when you're friends with them, have a lot, not insider knowledge, but just have a more personal connection to them too. Eternal Oblivion have been, I believe they've been in this situation a few times as well, getting to the top 32 of alpha brackets. So we will see how they do. But again, I believe both teams might still be finishing up their game 2s right now, or their set 2s. So might be a little bit before we actually get these ones started, because right now Calamity Forge Neo is leading Ink Black 1-0, and it looks like Eternal Oblivion is leading Honorbound 1-0 as well. So both of these teams hoping maybe to start off 2-0. I don't really know. We can take a look and see how well both of these teams are doing in their records. for the top 32 here. So I will pull up those standings right now. They are in Group H all the way at the bottom. Calamity Forge Neo is 1-0 right now. Eternal Oblivion 0-1. But yes, both of these teams leading in their current games.
Also, this is just back there when you said that that Determination went down 2-0 to Wi-Fi problems. I thought that was the funniest line of how it's just like, yeah, they went down to Wi-Fi problems. It's just like, oh, so they had internet problems? No, it's the team. Oh,
the team.
Just that line itself. I just kind of turned off to the side and chuckled a little bit when you said that. I was like, it's such a perfect lineup, and that was probably their goal. Oh, we've got one. Oh, both. The score is updated.
Yeah, scores have updated to Eternal Oblivion winning over Honorbound, and it looks like Ink Black did get a Game 2 win over Calamity Forge Neo. So that set is bringing us to a Game 3 for both of those teams. Eternal Oblivion, they needed that win. Now they are 1-1, and Calamity Forge Neo, I'm sure, hoping to get this win here to go to 2-0, which will more than less secure them a spot here in Alpha Bracket.
Yeah, gonna be some tight stuff there, but Eternal Oblivion will be able to get ready to roll here for the next game, but we still have to wait for that third game to be played from Calamity Forge Neo and Ink Black, and just considering how it's 1-1 and kind of somewhat kind of knowing how the teams play, I haven't quite seen Calamity Forge Neo recently, but they're both gonna have a lot of I think they're going to have a lot of similar play on the aggressive side. So I can see why it is 1-1 as of this point. So
I was going to say the same thing. I was a little more familiar with the team when We Like Rice played for them.
Oh, yeah.
Now they play for Secret Elixir.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a few teams who are 2-0, and unless a Circle of Suck situation happens, you will very likely see them in Alpha Bracket. So some of those teams being Super Team 5, Misk, Retro Radio, Stardust Inksaders, 789, Crescent Knight, Barracudas, Limoneros. Again, butchering that name. Yeah, those are the teams I more than less have secured them spots into an Alpha Bracket after 2 sets. A lot of teams here, 1-1. But yes, very shortly we will get started with this Calamity Forge Neo and Eternal Oblivion set as I believe as we are getting situated and getting ready to this loaded into this match pretty soon.
Mm-hmm. Just one team will be ready to pop forward here, and then the other one, of course, just getting their last game played. So we'll just have to wait for that to get updated, but we even had a look at the maps earlier, and just going off of if I can remember them off the top of my head, if we go into Game 3 too, just all 3 map modes that we'll be seeing next are pretty commonly seen in the scene very often, and we'll have a lot of moments on them. Like there's a lot of back and forth for Hagglefish in particular. Hagglefish does have a really good lockout point after check 1 if teams can establish that, but anything goes, so you never know what can happen.
Yeah, I mean, this one I feel like is I don't say a fan favorite for everybody, because it's like playing Mahi's, or it's like playing Mako Zones, or like, you know, Tower Inkblot. It's like if everybody likes it, it's hard to really speculate like how well the teams are going to do on it. But one thing I do want to see, and we're not going to see it this low, obviously, but having Mahi get reworked. I'm a bring back Mahi person. I don't know how you feel, Devi, but I want it brought back.
I've never had the chance to play Splatoon 1, so I don't know how it was in its fantastic days. So okay. I can't attest. Yeah, it did get reworked, and I honestly I was gonna go check it out actually later today, because I haven't fully been on it since the rework, and actually I need to do that to remake the map of it in the first place with positionings and all that. But I was gonna wait till later today to do that, just because I've been prepping for all of the other stuff I have going on today.
Oh, it's a busy day. You have your Ludi set tonight, too.
I do. I have this, and then I'll be a part of the Squid School stream directly after this, and then I will have the Ludi set after that. So I'm just constantly doing Splatoon at like every moment of the day today.
Hey, Sundays are for the splats.
It truly is.
And the NFL, if you like that. That's why I was like, you know what, block 1, I'm happy with that. I can watch the Steelers play at 4 o'clock Eastern time. That's fine. I'll also watch Low Ink, but you know, I'm like, yeah, this works out. This is good. But no, it should be exciting. It should be good for this set or for this match again. Calamity Forge Neo. Their score. Yeah, I'm refreshing Battlefy here now. So I don't know why Battlefy is not updated. It says they only have 1 win. But maybe things are slow. Who knows?
It's always a weird thing of where it's just like, okay.
Oh well, actually, sorry. We can see in the lobby that Eternal Oblivion's here, and I believe Calamity Forge is still playing.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. That's
right. Okay. That's okay. I'm slowly putting the pieces together because we just see 4 people in the lobby plus a streamer. I'm like, where is everybody else? Okay. But yeah, they are working on that game. Working on that game 3, and you know, it will be more enticing for us as viewers if Calamity Forge Neo loses their current set against Ink Black. That way we have a set tied 1-1 going into this set. But you know, if that happens, then we will be in a situation where 3 teams are 1-1 with only 1 team being 0-2, and things can get a little dicey when that happens.
Yeah. Oh, it's just all gonna come down to the wire there, and of course it's just like, you know, the anxiously waiting, like who's gonna take it? Who's gonna take it? Of course we know who we're gonna see, but who's actually gonna take that game? And it's always more suspense and all that in like a bracket phase where you don't know who you're going to be up against next. It's either going to be one or the other. And in this situation, it's like, oh, it's anyone's. We could be fighting this person or this one. We won't know until it's actually fully over.
Yeah, I mean, at least for groups in this situation, you know who you're going to be facing. Now, you don't know like way ahead of time. They probably know like 5 minutes prior to the tournament starting. So it's really hard to like plan on what you're going to be doing because you have to focus on the match that you have next in that situation. Mm-hmm. You know, it's like when the brackets go live, you can't focus on who you're playing in set 2 and who you're playing in set 3. Like, you legit have no time before you play your first set, and it's probably better that way. And of course, for seeding purposes and making sure that nobody has to drop, it obviously makes that easier for the TOs too. But yeah, once again, we'll see if Calamity Forge Neo will be winning their game 3 or if Ink Black will be winning. I wish we could see that one. I'm a fan of Ink Black too. They're a lot of fun. But it does look like Calamity Forge Neo actually did win that set, so they are 2-0.
Oh.
So they will be again. I don't want to say securing a spot in the alpha bracket because things happen sometimes. So, but we do know Eternal Oblivion is really going to be hoping to get a win. A situation where I could see is Eternal Oblivion beats Calamity Forge Neo, and then Ink Black defeats Honorbound. 3 of those 4 teams end 2-1. So. Oh wow!
And with how this bracket's been looking, like it is possible for that to happen. But my goodness.
Oh yeah, and we have some other updated scores here at the end of round 2. But one of them still not even finished there. Forgotten a Matter of Opinion, still fighting it out here in game 3. But some of those decisive game 3s we can read off. The JoJo's getting a 2-1 victory over Indigo. October Rift 2-1 over Static Stop. Misk 2-1 over Back Down Give Up. And then we mentioned Calamity Forge Neo 2-1 over Ink Black.
Mm-hmm. Very, very huge there. So not Ink Black, but Calamity Forge Neo is gonna have a lot of power coming in after that one. Of course, winning the game 3, it's gonna feel good going into this set versus Eternal Oblivion. But of course, Eternal Oblivion also taking a 2-0, so both of them are gonna have a lot of power here, getting ready to roll. Eternal Oblivion, of course, just getting a chance to just wait a bit, having a little bit of a break before going into here, but Calamity Forge Neo just jumping straight into the game, so there's really no break. They're just continuing to be powered up and ready to roll here.
Yeah, and that can be pretty hard sometimes, especially, coming off of the high of winning a decisive Game 3, you again have no time to really relax, but of course players from both of these teams are used to it. They've been in this situation before, and they know the drill too. I think that's what's really nice about a lot of these teams here in the top 32 of Alpha Bracket. They just kind of know what's at stake and know the flow of how things work, and obviously it makes it easier for the TOs, makes it easier for us, and makes it more enjoyable for everybody watching too. Kind of get those games escalated a little bit. So we will see if we go to a Game 3 for this one, but of course we have to get through the first 2 games, again, starting off on Tower Control, Hagglefish. But yeah, like you said, Eternal Oblivion, Devi, they had a little bit of downtime, but Calamity Forge Neo, really not much at all.
Yeah, just gonna be popping right back into the set, and of course with TC Hagglefish appearing here, there's a bunch of different things we could see, but of course, couple things that of course have been strong on this map is of course the Zuka plays and the Inkjet over the walls have been very common for Hagglefish in general, no matter which mode it is. If these teams do run those, and I feel like we're gonna at least see one of them, possibly 2.
Yeah,
it's going to be quite the battle.
Yeah, it really will be. Again, I think, obviously for Tower Control, controlling the checkpoints, and knowing, preparing how to push forward after those checkpoints are going to be key, especially with having them all being surrounded by the canopy, knowing when to push players up, knowing what to look for as well when you're kind of defending and when you are attacking. So, going to be very, very important for this first game.
Yeah, very true there. And of course, the teams just still finalizing their comps, getting ready here. They're running up, and one just exited like, oh, wait, maybe this is not what we want, or we're just going to, wait out the time so we can discuss some more. I know sometimes, with my group, we'll discuss a little more, so we'll actually purposely not fully ready up so we can get all on the same page of how we want to play the game.
Yeah.
But here we go.
Round 3 here of the top 32, Calamity Forge Neo and Eternal Oblivion. We're seeing blasters today, Devi. We are.
Yes.
I'm here for it. I am here for it.
This one being the regular blaster this time over the range, and we're also seeing the first appearance of an E-Leader throughout the sets we have commentated as well. E-Leader has been pretty strong on this map as well.
Yeah, I was going to say one of those weapon choices. We are definitely not surprised, even if you don't really know who the players are. Seeing an E-Leader on Tower Hagglefish is not something that we are not expecting, basically. Calamity Forge Neo making quick work of getting a player advantage and really pushing up with this paint. Take a look here at the Wiper, just trying to cause all sorts of chaos here on the ramps, as the tower is now going to be seemingly uncontested here. Game Over is trying to put a game over to the set with the rest of their team going down, or the rest of Eternal Oblivion going down too. We see a flank here.
I didn't even see them there until the camera panned to it. Yeah. I was like, wait a second, when did they get over here? And and the other team didn't know either, but the hammer only stops it for literally just a second, but everybody else is still there, and their Calamity Forge Neo just picked off right where they had left off, and the flank, it almost is like it never happened.
Yeah, it's like you turn your head, oh, there's somebody here, let's take care of them. Okay, back to business, and that's exactly what they're doing. This is the 3rd time that 3 players have gone down for Eternal Oblivion, and one last snipe to try and get somebody on the tower. It's not going to be enough. Calamity Forge Neo didn't need any rest in between their sets. They are iron hot for that first game.
Yeah, no, they're just keeping that energy going as they go right into this next one, and you could see just throughout the entire time. I was more so watching the top bar of who was still up and who was down at the time, than the objective at this point, from where the spec cam was, and you could see Calamity Forge Neo had Eternal Oblivion in a constant stagger. Whether they got basically 2-for-1 picks with bombs or specials. I'm pretty sure there was a hammer yeet splat there that was off camera, and it was just there was always somebody down on the side of Eternal Oblivion. But that's of course what Calamity Forge Neo wanted, with how much pressure that they had, even though we saw the Wiper going behind for that flank, and of course it was a great idea going in for that flank, but just the rest of the members that wanted to pinch in on that were shut down by Calamity Forge Neo, and then it was like the entire play never happened. But I do applaud to trying to make that play as well, and the patience for it, just waiting behind as well for a signal to try to go.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was going to say. It's like, even though it didn't work out for the Wiper, I appreciated it happening because they needed to try something different. You know, you get near wipe 2 times, and you know Calamity Forge Neo is going to put their players in a key position. So as long as you can try something with a flank, of course you know, put the rest of your players maybe in a 3v4 situation when they're alive, but it's kind of, you got to try something. You got to throw something to the wall and see if it sticks, and fortunately for them, it didn't stick. Calamity Forge Neo ripped it right off and kept their tower push going. But yeah, it was an attempt, but unfortunately for them, it didn't work. So Eternal Oblivion hoping to regroup here before the next game rather, as we move on to Rainmaker on Undertow.
And with how much power, just forward pressure Calamity Forge Neo has, Rainmaker looks like it can be a very strong mode for them. And we'll just see how Eternal Oblivion is going to probably change up their comp or just continue with the same thing. We can see they're running with similar things as before, except we have the E-Leader going to the regular charger, so they do have the vacuum option available alongside with the cooler. Meanwhile, Calamity Forge Neo running with basically similar thing. I don't think... did they have the Splash Neo last game? I can't remember.
I don't know. I didn't see strikes during that set. I don't think so. But yeah, just they also have a ton of different players on the roster. I don't think they swapped any, but you know, it could very well have just changed for this one. But right now, Eternal Oblivion is, you know, showing a little more light than they had in the first game, picking up the Rainmaking here. Can they push forward? Yes, they can. Going to get not past the 96 yet. It takes a while to generate points here when you're taking it on the left side, but they are going to be getting that dunk. Just one player alive. It is going to be the Wiper, who is just now coming back from spawn, so that push will be over for the side of Eternal Oblivion. But a really great start there, you know, just kind of clearing the checkpoint early on, so that way you can make maybe a more strategic push later on as well. So a very great effort in the first minute for them.
Yeah, it was a really good, strong minute for them there, and even from that push, you could see that Calamity Forge Neo was trying to get a pinch play with the blaster in behind, but of course was pushed back, and that first checkpoint was able to be maintained as the Rainmaker got out of the blaster shots. And then we can see Calamity Forge Neo here trying to take it back to the same corner, but just gets shut down by Eternal Oblivion. And we can see how they are. They're just maintaining kind of a neutral state here, and Calamity Forge Neo just deciding to hang back. But it looks like there was a fight happening up above there. They do go 1-for-1. Charger's in a solid place right now. There are 3 specials online for Calamity Forge Neo. They do use 2 of them. The blaster still does have that bubble at the ready for when they need it. And it looks like the vacuum and hammer are online for Eternal Oblivion to use as kind of like a counter method if they need to. There is the stamp appearing on the bottom there, and the Charger able to help get that pick and getting another snipe on that right-hand side. Very good play there.
Yeah, and we see, a very defensive vac coming out. I thought that was going to be for an offensive push, but no, they had to use it on defense. Now the Rainmaker is picked up, but strikes coming out from Calamity Forge Neo, and not a ton of paint in front of the Rainmaker carrier for now. They're going to slowly be trying to push it onto this left side. Zookas are now going to be online for Eternal Oblivion, as I would imagine Cooler would be coming pretty soon with just how quickly the Zap can paint. But look at this. Calamity Forge Neo really pushing back this Rainmaker player, but a few of their players are going to be going down, and Bull's just waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike forward. Not a lot of paint on their side with this blaster, but can they get a shot? They get 1 and use the bubble, and 3 are going to go down. It is just going to be the Zap on Eternal Oblivion, who's going to be backing up into mid, but not before being chased out by this Wiper. So I wanted to see a little bit more aggression from Eternal Oblivion on that push, but unfortunately they just didn't have that opportunity.
Yeah, and of course with one of their aggressive weapons holding onto the Rainmaker there, that makes it really hard to do in that given scenario. And they ended up actually pushed back into kind of a really scary situation there, because if Calamity Forge Neo could have just ran in on that, that would have been huge for them. But even saying so, they're about to get the checkpoint themselves here, and you can see the entire team wants to body block for the Rainmaker, which was a pretty good choice. They did end up getting checkpoint, which is a good thing. We can see that Eternal Oblivion it really moving around wrist like with the Rainmaker here. I don't even know what to say about that one here. It's just if they would have got splatted in that corner, what? But look, they're still running with it. And then they're going to collapse on, but they stop and end up going backwards here. Instead, you just want to take it forward as far as possible. I am so confused.
Well, I was going to say, even with that stamp coming, because, like, the stamp hitbox is just so funky that, like, you can be on a completely different platform, like another platform above and just get hit. So I was like, oh, this is so risky, but it worked out for them. They brought it back to mid. They have a 1-point lead. This is a battle, like, nobody's pushed past the checkpoint yet. We are under 40 seconds remaining, but look at all these specials online. We are going to see the bubble. We're going to see the strikes come out. We are also going to see the stamp come out. Ooh, and they're going to lose the Rainmaker. Oh, it's going to reset. Okay. I thought they were going to lose it in that corner there, but no, it's going to be a self-destruct, I believe, or a Rainmaker free zone. But look at this, Calamity Forge Neo just saying, you know what? We need the lead right now. We're gonna risk it for the biscuit, and they got that biscuit all right, getting down to 36 with 15 remaining.
We see a wiper 1v1 happening, but of course, one able to get the stamp. The Rainmaker's able to help it with a pinch. We see the stamp just getting thrown across the side. Rainmaker's going to use the shots to help push back. 3 down on the side of Calamity Forge Neo, but there's still one in the way with bombs. That person gets picked off. Overtime is happening, and it gets shut down!
Oh, man. That's so difficult in that moment where you seemingly have the lead, but like the two different directions you can take when you have the Rainmaker, going the slick ramp or going around the bend. The bend is so much easier to coordinate with your team, but obviously you're not rewarded as soon. Oh man, that was so difficult for Eternal Oblivion. I feel for them, but man, that's one of those split time, you gotta make a decision right then and there, and unfortunately for them, members of Calamity Forge Neo were just waiting by the ramp and were able to get that splat.
Yeah, I didn't even look at how close the time was, and as soon as I start hearing the overtime bells, and I'm like, this game is basically like at its final moments right then and there. And then when I started hearing it, I'm like, okay, they had the members, like they had the advantage. And we could see that when the zap dropped and trying to pick the Rainmaker and the time it did, now it makes sense because they want to stop the Rainmaker before it can go any farther. That one gets picked off, and I thought they were just going to continue to go to, just extend it and get from there, and I thought there was more time. But as soon as I heard the overtime bells, I'm like, okay, lead's here, but what about the one that was respawning in? And of course, Blaster was the next one to respawn, was able to land what they needed to on the Rainmaker at just the right time. Like, that was so close right there. But oh my goodness. Just that one play that happened in the middle there that I'm gonna go back to, that you were talking about with the whole hammer ledges and stuff like that, and where it was like the risky kind of Rainmaker maneuver there when they took it over and back into the middle. Yeah, they ran to the other side with it, and what confused me the most is how instead of continuing to get it forward into deep, they ended up they backed up to it, and I think there was one person in front of them that kind of spooked them a little bit and pushed them back, because there were 3 members, I don't know if you remember this from the overhead view, but there were 3 members of Calamity Forge Neo running in from behind as the Rainmaker is shooting forward and now starting to back up, and I'm like, they are very close to getting a few points here. Just take it deep into the corner and you could possibly still get it from under the ledge. That was the part I was slightly confused about by the Rainmaker's decision. And I was like, wait a second, what? We're backing up now? Wait, but we ran it all the way across here. Why are we backing up? There's 3 members running to you. Your back is vulnerable. What? That's where I was confused.
Yeah, and I think too, with that play, you basically you can do what you did with the Rainmaker, which is obviously very risky, and kind of bring it around kind of up the ramp on your side, but if you don't, you only have a very narrow window of where you can push it, and I think if you see any players there, then it's going to be hard. But yeah, like typically what some players would do if they're pressured, they would just jump off the stage, let it reset naturally, instead of you bringing it back to mid yourself. But hey, it worked out in that push for Eternal Oblivion. Who are we to critique that?
Yeah,
but it seemed risky. You're right. It just seemed really risky. And that did set them up to try and extend the push that they were trying to make against Calamity Forge Neo. But yeah, right as kind of overtime is starting, or right around that time, you're so close to getting the lead, but not having all of your players there to back you up and support you, that's another. I said Hail Mary earlier. There's another Hail Mary play. Fortunately for them, it didn't work out.
And it was interesting because that actually happened twice, Falco. There were two kind of risky moments with the Rainmaker, and the one time they actually, blew up in the top left corner because they were playing pretty far back there. And if they would have got picked off by like a Zuka special or something thrown across, or a bomb over by that back checkpoint, it would be, if you're on the team with the Rainmaker side, it would be like just behind you on the left. Like that's like free checkpoint. That's like a lot of points free up that uninkable ramp. And it's just, if it would have got picked there, it was just like a whole heart racing moment. Like, oh my goodness, Rainmaker, yes, you're playing to range, but you really gotta keep an eye out what else can be thrown at you at this state, with how much more, as I like to call it, like how much more real estate you're giving the other team to push into you. And it's just something to be careful of. But of course, at the end there, it was just kind of like all shuffled and back together, and we could see like the entire team making a push, and all were basically that whole bodyguard around the Rainmaker. They found that last end zap, but just couldn't protect from the blaster at the very end. But if there was a little more time, if it wasn't overtime, that would have been a solid moment for Eternal Oblivion. Because they would have had that overtaken. Basically, they had the man advantage with the members of Calamity Forge Neo just staggering back in from after that kind of the delay wipe there, basically, and they definitely could have gotten lead back off of that if it wasn't overtime.
Yeah, it was very, very close. We have a few scores reported here to show you. We'll start at the bottom because that's where the group we were in. But Ink Black getting a 2-0 victory over Honorbound. So Calamity Forge Neo and Ink Black will be the ones moving on to Alpha Bracket. In Group G, Skepnik 2-0 over these Shadow Squids. And it looks like that Group F, one of the matches, is going to be reported, I would imagine, pretty soon. With, I believe, oh no, not yet. I was looking at Group G. Group G, we do have the situation where one team does go 3-0, two teams go 1-2. So the Barracudas, they do win and are at 3-0. Static Stop, October Rift, White Siege, all at 1-2. According to the standings, Static Stop is in rank position number 2. So unless there's something funky that goes on there with that not being an indicator, then Static Stop might be the ones moving on to Alpha Bracket. And a few more also, some of the teams we mentioned that we're already going to be moving on. A few 3-0s, so good for those teams who have that happening. But Smoking Moais, who we saw earlier, 2-0 over Wi-Fi problems, and Stardust Inksaders 2-0 over Determination.
Yeah, just a lot of things here as things are finalizing as well, and of course we'll see like that potential tied up situation not happening in Group H, but of course that'll make it one easier for the seeding. But of course, a good tiebreaker would be crazy there. Although like Group G has the one team with the 3-0, but they have the other three teams at 1-2, so that's an interesting one there. Yeah. To see that when I'm looking at this as well.
Well, for Group A, so right now, Matter of Opinion and Super Team 5, I want to say Superstar, just Super Team 5, tied at a 1-1, but Matter of Opinion is 1-1 in their set record. Super Team 5 is 2-0.
Okay.
So Matter of Opinion wins, and if Forgotten wins against Ominous, we'll be in a situation where we have 3 2-1s.
That is true.
So that's another one to look out for. Group B and C are pretty much polished and finished, with Misk and Los Inklings moving on to Alpha. The JoJo's and Retro Radio from Group C will be in a position to move on as well, along with Stardust Inksaders and Smoking Moais in Group D. And Group E is 789 and Cephalopod Helvetica. 789 being 3-0, Cephalopods being 2-1.
Yeah, a lot of things are looking as they're wrapping up, but we could have some close scenarios too. So, just waiting for those scores to show up. There is now just like, how's this gonna turn out? This is gonna be pretty crazy here, Falco.
I know. I was gonna say you guys can all play along in chat, but you know where the command is, and there's nothing to really play along with. But it felt like something I just should have said. I don't know.
It did kind of build up to that, didn't it?
Yeah. But yeah, so, this being the first low ink since in like 2 months, we had Riptide and Super Jump and kind of the new patch as well. Lots of teams here that I don't, a lot of newer teams, I think, in this top 32 that I don't know if they've really made top 32 before. But are always fun to watch, and especially because I think a lot of teams as well, since Ludi started, they are no longer eligible to play in the low ink. So, the typical alpha bracket teams that we've seen, like a few, for instance, like I think Surf and Turf and Aquatic Vanguard, they are now no longer eligible. And obviously, a few others as well too that we all know and love. So, kind of a new pool of teams, if you will, with having a lot of teams no longer being eligible, but it's always exciting to see who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, a whole new era of low ink, basically, with all those teams now off, moving on. We'll see, of course, where they can be in all of like the other events as well that happen, like SAC or like Proving Grounds, SOS, all those events, because you will see a bunch of those teams play in those events as well. And then, you can see how they're doing there. And then with the Ludi season happening, like just how each team is doing against each other. And now here for low ink, it's starting fresh. We're seeing a whole bunch of new faces. Some we're not as familiar with. And now we get to see, like, this is the next set of teams moving up that are going to be contenders for on top, like the new set of potential alpha bracket teams. Just like, who are we gonna look at, and who's gonna be the next rising squids here, or Joestarfish?
Yeah, we will find out. But before we do that, Devi, we would like to talk about the new Inkling in New England event by New England Splatoon. So New England's first LAN for Splatoon 3 is just around the corner. New England Splatoon is excited to introduce New Inkling. Come hang out and compete at the Balance Patch in Allston, Boston. Side events include Salmon Run and Salmon Run are subject to demand, so be sure to join the Discord server and register soon. Competitor badges are $20 or $15 for students. Have your student ID if you can. Children under 16 must be accompanied by an adult. NE Splatoon is excited to see you there and to show New England what the Splatoon community is all about. Devi, if I live closer to New England, I would definitely be there.
It sounds like an amazing thing. Plus, hello, Salmon Run side event. Like, I haven't really heard of much of the Salmon Run side event since Genesis 7, which was the first LAN I ever went to, and it was pretty funny because I had actual competitive Salmon Run teams come up to be like, "Are you one of the competitive Salmon Run teams? Your name is the Grillers." And I'm just like, oh boy, I'm a little misleading here, aren't I?
I will say,
competitive Salmon Run. Like, yeah. I remember seeing that, watching that, how they had it set up. It's like, this is actually really amusing to watch. So,
no,
side event.
We back at the December Ohio LAN, we had an Ohio local. I know Ohio is spoiled with like Splatoon stuff being Riptide, but we had one in Columbus, Ohio, and there was a Splatoon side event where you were given a seed. You enter the seed and you just play and see how many eggs you can get after all 3 rounds, and you could attempt it as many times as you want, basically, while you were there. And it was a lot of fun because teams would watch other, and you didn't even have to play with your team. You could play with like any squad of 4. You don't have to play with the same people you're playing at the LAN with. And of course, these small, I don't want to say small, like these more regional LANs are definitely more for like the socialization aspect rather than, I'll say, like sweaty gameplay. So it's definitely the coolest thing that you can do if you live close by is to go to one of these lands, meeting a bunch of these people in person. I know, Devi, you and I are no strangers to going to Riptide and LTC and Big House last year. But it's just incredible. It is a lot of fun.
Yeah, being able to get if no one has been to a LAN experience before, like Falco said, it's not just all about like the full-on sweaty competitiveness. A lot of it is for socialization, getting to know the community, and it just like, this is your big Splatoon family here in this area. Like, go meet all the people who you like know, but you there, and just it's a lot of socialization and everything, and that's definitely like my favorite part of going to LANs as well. It's like I get to go see all of the friends I've made through the Splatoon community, and it's just like it's like a big little family at the same time, and it's just so heartwarming every time you go into one. And just like all these people come, it's just like, oh, it's you, but just like, okay, it's just like, hey, I remember you, and just go give hugs and talk about all these things and get to know each other more, especially if you don't see them very often. It's so great.
It really is. For more information on that, go to the Twitter page, NES Splatoon, join the Discord server as well, and you can register on startgg/new dash ink LAN. So go do that. It'll be a lot of fun. This might be a question that somebody can answer. Is there going to be a stream for this? Because I'm not really sure. Probably not if there's not a real tournament. Or if it's more of a gathering. Probably not going to have a streamed event, but we'll see. I'm sure if there is one, you guys will be notified through the Twitter and Discord. So, sounds like a lot of fun. I wish I could go to that, Debbie.
It's a lot of like new area to see and new people to meet, and just like, yeah, just woo.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. We're getting started somewhat soon for the alpha bracket side of things. Of course, some of the matches are still wrapping up here. Always going to a decisive game 3. Well, that's always exciting for us to kind of watch and witness. But it looks like Forgotten and Ominous are still playing it out to see if Forgotten can get that win. Because, matter of opinion, they beat Super Team 5. So if Forgotten wins that, we will see that situation of 3 teams ending 2-1. So we'll be keeping our eyes out for that, and I think that is the last match that needs to wrap up before we can get started into our next stage here.
And of course they'll take a look at all of like the different points that they can get there and all the different scores hovering over that. But yeah, definitely got a close call here for the very first group. This setup before we can put together our alpha bracket.
Well, some of the other brackets have already started. So Gamma, for instance, the top 4 from the winner's side, Hibiscus, and Conductor Cap Incorporated. They were in the semifinals of the winner bracket, with Conductor Cap getting that win overtime, and Devouradoras 3-0 win over Devour. So Conductor Cap Incorporated overtime, currently battling it out there in round 4 of the winners bracket. So you guys can take a look here on stream for the bracket. A lot of fun matchups going on in that losers bracket. I'm keeping my eye on that Velvet Sky and Ewfish matchup. I've had the pleasure of watching Velvet Sky quite a few times, and Ewfish is always an exciting team to watch.
I haven't seen them as of late, but I definitely go off of what you're saying here. That'll be interesting to see. And of course, like the names are familiar. I just haven't like seen them as of late. But yeah, I can imagine just off of what you're going by here that's going to be a really good matchup there to see who will go on to fight Hibiscus.
Indeed. And then in the Delta bracket side of things too, a few of those matches are kind of wrapping up, getting closer and closer to the to find out who the final few teams are. On the winner side, Blitz Wave B 2-1 over Wipeout. I guess it's a best of 5, or best of 5 in that situation, so they're not moving on yet. But Valence 3-0 over Star X to move on to round 4. So again, lots of fun matchups here happening in the Delta bracket side of things as well. So keep your eyes out for that and cheer on your favorite teams.
Yeah, again, like even looking at these other 2 brackets, lots of new faces appearing in low ink, just because like more of the ones that we have seen over time have been bumped up and are now off in the mid-level scene, or just other ways, because of course you're not eligible for low ink anymore. They've officially had their graduation from Ludi.
Graduation from Ludi, we love
graduation, with the whole, as soon as Ludi Divs comes out, just like, and you see that you're above the cap, it's just like, there is your official graduation.
Right. We do know the teams moving on to the alpha bracket, as all of the matches have been wrapping up, and have wrapped up, so we do have those teams to read off. I don't know if the graphic is there for it, but Super Team 5 versus Sneck Nip will be in that first slot. Calamity Forge Neo versus Retro Radio. Stardust Inksaders versus Static Stop. 789 versus Los Inklings. Misk versus Cephalopod Helvetica. Barracudas versus Wi-Fi Problems, ? The JoJos versus Ink Black. And Crescent Knight versus Matter of Opinion.
Oh, this looks like this is a solid alpha bracket right here. Just from what we've seen, just from the scores, the finals here, and even if we don't know like the full story from some of the matches, though, I just sense that a lot of these are going to be really solid here as alpha bracket now kicks off.
Yeah, and now we're in the stage where we are a best of 5. So a little bit more time to relax, but single elimination. So there's you don't get a second chance, unlike the Gamma and Delta bracket where you can make a losers run. Here in Alpha, you've proved that you ended most likely 2-1 or 3-0. So this is no going back once you get to this situation. And again, it's going to be a lot of fun. And as soon as we know which matchup we are going to be seeing, we will relay that information to you all.
Yeah, that bring. Oh. Alright, the Barracudas and Wi-Fi Problems. Alrighty. This will be a good one here, because then it's just like, okay, let's hope they don't actually have Wi-Fi problems.
I would imagine, or I would hope that wouldn't be something you play toward your advantage. Like, hey,
oh, I know.
This player is known to just have really spotty Wi-Fi and questionable things can happen. Let's name our team based off of that.
Wi-Fi problems.
Or maybe all 5 of them who have the tag are that way.
This is also the 3rd WP tag that exists in the comp scene right now.
There
are 3 now, and probably more along the line that I don't know of, but now 3 that I have either seen on a bracket or something, commentated, or have run into, and it's just like, oh my gosh, they're all gonna be like mix and match for like who's on which one, because you have Wipeout Punks, Wipeout, and Wi-Fi Problems.
Yeah, and then I don't remember what Wiggly Phantoms were.
Theirs was a little more distinctive though.
Okay.
Theirs was different. They had I think they had like a lowercase kind of thing. Theirs was more distinctive, but this one is just the capital WP, and it's just going on.
We're gonna have one great collab one day. But
the wipeout of Wi-Fi problems. There you go.
I believe, I'm not sure if we're gonna get ourselves situated here, or if we will be. We might be on hold for a brief moment, as we might be getting into a different match. We will wait and see. Again, once we know that information, we will let you all know. But one of the teams there is in the wrong bracket. That's why, I guess. So, yeah, once we know more information, I believe they're still kind of polishing a few things, maybe, or, those tricky 2-1 teams, if 3 of them end 2-1 or something like that. things might. I'm speaking as if I actually do battle. I'm not a TO, and I'm talking as if I know anything about Battlefy, which I don't. So maybe one of the teams was automatically placed in an incorrect bracket, or they needed to move somebody. So we will again let you know when we know.
This feels like one of those moments when, you know, it's like you have these two people on the, or like, you know, throughout the thing, and you have like the envelope announcing the winner, and you say the wrong thing, and it's like, wait, no, I'm sorry, it's actually this. This feels like one of those moments. It's like we were just talking about the two teams, and it's like, wait, this isn't actually the two teams we're going to be seeing.
Steve Harvey who did that, I think?
That was one moment, yeah. I'm pretty sure there was another instance too, but it kind of has the same vibe as that moment of like, okay, we've already displayed like the names and matter of the two teams that we're probably going to be seeing right off the get-go, and then it's like, but wait, no, wait, that's it's not the actual right one. I'm sorry, hang on, let me. It's actually this one.
Yes, I think now we are going to be seeing. I think it's going to be this. Is it? It's the same match. So, can our lovely host say which one we're seeing again? Oh, okay. So Barracudas versus Smoking Moais. We're going to see Smoking Moais once again. I believe that Smoking Moais and the other Wi-Fi problems, they were just mixed up. But yeah, it should be Barracudas, even though it says Wi-Fi problems, that we're going to be seeing. So, Smoking Moais, we're going to see them twice before quarterfinals, which is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. And if they go on, we might even, like, you know, we might even see them more if they make it towards the end. And they do have a good amount of strength to make it to finals as well, from what we've seen on the last time. Barracudas, though, we don't know too much about off the get-go, and I'm trying to remember the scores in my head, but I can't right now. Mine goes blank.
So, Smoking Moais, I believe they ended 2-1, because, you know, we saw their first set. And then Barracudas, they were, they ended, what did they end with? I'm checking that out right now. They ended 3-0. So yes, you know, that makes sense. You have the team who finished in first in their group versus the team who finished in second. That's typically how the seeding goes for this. So this should be a fun matchup. So, you know, fortunately for us, we can't make the Wi-Fi problems jokes since they're not going to be in the bracket that we're going to be broadcasting, but it was fun while it lasted, Debbie.
It was. We did what we could, and we already made a few jokes earlier while we were waiting in between sets, too. So we don't have to worry too much about that one. We've already got our show on the road here. But yeah, just from what we saw earlier, Smoking Moais, they're gonna get ready to roll here with their power. And we've seen, of course, like from all three sets, we've seen those blasters appear. And Aphrodite brought out that first range blaster that we saw in the day, and that I imagine that's gonna make another play here again too.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see them, you know, facing a team who did end 3-0, where Smoking Moais, when we saw them facing Determination, just really were pretty dominant in those two games. So I don't know if we'll see a Zones ship-shape moment that we saw before against a team like Barracuda, but I would imagine, I would assume this one will be maybe a little bit more competitive in that manner of giving Moai a little more competition at this point.
Yeah, and we'll just have to wait and see here, as we just have to wait for both teams to enter the lobby here, or just hop into the lobby here to get going. But coming with what to expect, I'm also trying to find potential maps off the top here to see what we're going to be seeing off the get-go. For maps.
Yeah, we can see if that is ready as well. I'm pulling that up too. I don't see it on Battlefy, but our lovely streamer pulled it up, starting off on
there we go.
Barnacle and Dime. Barnacle spelled the correct way.
Barnacle spelled the correct way. But yeah, Splat Zone's Barnacle. We've seen a lot of just different strategies that people can do on this one. But of course, it does have quite the nasty lockout on the side. But when teams know how to get out of that with like counter specials or like get the picks and know how to go back through, all can go well for them as they can take back zone. I've seen very interesting vacuum plays just go and just take back zone right away, and then it's like, oh wait, we have to go back and repaint that and all that, and go back forward. But this map, of course, wide open middle, but very enclosed on the sides. So there's a lot of times where this can either go back and forth, or it could be stuck on one side for the whole game.
Yeah, and I think for this one it is kind of hard to break down, or it's hard to push in sometimes when you're coming out of spawn if all of the players are going to be locked up too, because you have the slight height advantage if you are attacking on the slick spot over there on left. So, and if you have any ranged weapon, then yeah, you're just going to be shooting way over the slick, and you're not going to allow any players to be pushing forward. So we'll see if players even get to that opportunity if they can try that. But I personally am a fan of this one. I do like Barnacle and Dime zones. But yeah, it's again, I would imagine we're going to see Zukas be flying everywhere.
When have we not, since it was kind of going through there, and I still found it funny. I remember reading the patch notes with Zuka, and just in short form summary in 2 lines, they wanted to try to make it so you actually had to quote unquote aim better with the Zuka and not get accidental picks. And I remember I read that on stream and I was just laughing, and people who were there as I had it pulled up on stream and read that, and I'm like, they literally just made this so you can not get as many accidental picks, but aim better with the Zuka, so you can just aim to get the picks and not just fire it and get picks. But I'm like, I don't see a difference. But the fact that they worded it the way that they did, yeah. I just laughed. I couldn't believe they worded it like that.
I appreciate the rationale behind the patches. Like, it just makes it more enjoyable for us, whether people agree with it or not. It's like, okay, there's an explanation. Now,
yeah,
what you want to take from that's up to you, but at least it's, at least they justified it.
Yeah.
In a way, but just saying like, oh, just so you don't get accidental kills is like, that's a very blanketed, like, what?
I'm like, okay, yeah, like they're putting the reason, but it just seemed like such a silly reason as to put underneath there. But anyway, moving on, like Zuka's still just this, like, still pretty strong in the hands of these comp players here. But we're moving right on into the game on Splat Zones, Barnacle and Dime. Of course, we see Aphrodite bringing back out that range blaster, and there are 3 Zuka weapons on the field, 2 on the side of Smoking Moais, and then 1 on the side of Barracudas. Barracudas does have more kind of the traditional comp. They have that slosher, they have the vanilla ballpoint, and both are just going to be firing back and forth here. Of course, one of the shots already going down. We see the other one trying to just wait for something to happen on the side here, but Juice goes out. They are juiced, but it looks like Barracudas are trying to take the initial push off this right side platform here, but they end up getting picked off, and it's just like a reverse 3 down here, and Smoking Moais able to go take control instead.
Yeah, and this is going to be really nice. They're going to be getting the lead and working up those 2 Zukas to get online along with this cooler. One of them already being used, 2 of them being used, but we're going to see the Inkjet come out from Barracuda to try and push back some of the members. But look at all of the orange here on the map, as it looks like the Tri-Strike was trying to get some picks, but nope, the Zuka's coming out, going to take down 2 players. Just going to be the shot who's left in this corner is going to get 1, but still nowhere near the zone, all alone, and Smoking Moai is going to capitalize on this, really extending their lead. So now Barracuda is just going to have to rely on pushing together, and it looks like that is exactly what they're doing with this Zuka, with this Inkjet, able to get 1 pick. They're letting a lot of time run off the clock here, but this is still going to allow them to get to mid and get that cap.
That was huge. The 2 picks on both of the shooters on that right-hand side there that Barracuda's got was massive, so then it could just keep both of the extra paint off of the zone and then go reclaim control themselves. We see Inkjet's just about online here, but 1 Zuka just still has 1 more shot left, but the second Zuka appears right with that 1 shot left, What a stagger of the Zukas at like a really good timing there. And it looks like Smoking Moais should be able to get the zone back here. Another Zuka online for Barracudas. It looks like 1-for-1 does go down, Bucket and Slosher. And Smoking Moais is still in control of this, well, they were in control of this zone here. Now it is very much contested by Barracudas.
Yeah, and that's a nice double there, but 2 are going to go down on the Barracudas as well, but they were able to cap the zone. The Waybreaker there trying to find, trying to target some players, and it looks like it does as well. But Barracuda's back in the zone. Smoking Moais trying to regroup at this point. Going to be really hard there with the strikes coming out and having two players down on Barracudas is going to allow Moais to push forward and get this cap. So these teams being very patient with their pushes, which is what we like to see. And of course, this is only going to benefit Moais at this time. But what's going to be benefiting Barracuda is getting these picks and able to quickly capitalize and take up the zone as well and make quick work to try and remove some of these penalty points.
Yeah, just these back and forth here. Of course, we've seen Smoking Moais take the initiative here and hold longer, but looks like we got 1 down, 2 down now on the side of Smoking Moais. Barracuda is now taking this advantage as they had that 3 down. They are out of penalty as well. They are juiced up. They're in a solid position here. One of the shots does have a Zuka to help Smoking Moais get back in. And I can see that, yep, there it is. It's going to be used now. They're going to try and go back into this zone as penalty is really close to being over. But there is a pick on the backside of zone. There's 2 points. And Smoking Moais is able to make it back in and get that penalty put down before lead is reclaimed.
Yeah, and that was really crucial timing there for Moais for them to get that pick, and they're just starting off right where they left off too, as they're trying to push forward. This Blast doing a good job just trying to identify members on this ledge, poking up, getting some shots, not letting anybody drop, but 3 specials online for the side of Barracuda. They have about a minute left if they want to try and regroup, but it looks like Smoking Moais is running low on penalty points. Sudoku's going to be pushing in with this Inkjet, but going to get Zuka'd out and splatted. And are they going to be, is that going to be enough? No. So Moais still in control of this zone, and it looks like they will be taking game 1.
Oh, that last hurrah fight there, like, you could see, like, when they were trying to go for it there, of course, Smoking Moais did get the one up there and ended up getting the wipeout at the end there. The attempt was made, and it was a really good call for Barracudas there. Just where it all kind of started off is where they did isolate the blaster on the bottom corner there just to help give the team a little bit of wiggle room on the top right there to help move in. And that was the opportunity they took off of. It's just like, okay, this is our chance. And you could see that they made that attempt. It didn't go as they wanted it to, but that attempt was made. So it was a bravo for that attempt as well. And Smoking Moais, though, still able to shut that down, so it didn't get into a horrible situation for them.
Yeah, I think just knowing what to do at the right time for Smoking Moais. And honestly for Barracudas, they seem to do that too. It's just a little too late for them. So, Smoking Moais just seem to be up on... they seem to be on top of Barracuda's game pretty much every step of that entire game. We do see the counter pick coming in. It is going to be Tower Control, Sturgid Shipyard, so maybe a little bit more patient play naturally, which could potentially help Barracuda for this game. But yeah, Smoking Moais, I think the coordination of their specials on game 1 is really what brought them to that victory.
Yeah, finding that right moment of patience is going to be the key here, because both of these teams, you can see that they just have the drive to go. From what we've seen so far. But of course, with the tower, you can only go so far because the tower isn't as fast as you are. True. It can only go so far, and then it has to stop for a minute and then go again. And of course, you want to maintain all that control. But if you're maintaining that control in an area before like the objective even gets there and you go down, then you just lose that control when you actually want it. So knowing where to play patient for the tower, where to actually go full in and be on the offense. It's tricky timing sometimes for some of these maps when you're figuring them out.
Yeah, certainly. We'll take a look and see if any of the weapons are changing here. It looks like on the side of on Barracuda, I don't believe they are going to be changing much. Well,
no, it looks like I think it's the same.
Yeah. It's going to be the same here. So again, running that triple suction or that quad suction bomb on the side of Moai. So really just, I would say you definitely want to displace the ball point with those suction bombs too. We're seeing a really early jump. I don't think I've ever seen anybody jump that early in a game of tower control just to get to the tower. But unfortunately for them, they are going to be going down. So it's really just going to be a skirmish in mid now. This is where you're really just trying to win the 1v1s in this situation. And right now for Barracudas, it looks like they are in a better position to win these interactions.
Yeah, and like I said, both of these teams just want to go, and that's exactly what happened at the start. And Barracudas coming out on top after this first initial fight around the middle here. And we can see the Slosher opting to jump out here as the Zuka goes, able to stay alive. I can just hear all the different clicks of the Zukas initiated. I'm like, where's this next one? And we see Gecko going around from behind here, just trying to add some behind, but they end up actually being the last one because the Zap is now kind of on a delay respawn in, and Barracuda's looking very strong after both of these team fights that have already played out.
Yeah, they are doing exactly what Moai did in their first few games too, which is just get the ball rolling and keep it rolling. And 2 players are now going to be down on this side of Barracuda. So getting that push all the way to 18 looks like it is going to be done for now, as the tower is going to be regrouping in mid. So a very good early start for Barracuda, getting past both of those checkpoints. Don't have to worry about those later on in the match, so they're going to be hoping that they can use that towards their advantage, and put a really nice snipe there by the getting a nice pick as well. So Smoking Moai is going to be trying to do exactly what Barracuda did, and we see the aggression from all the players. Towers left alone with every member from Smoking Moai pushed up.
Yeah, and with Barracudas where they were, like, Smoking Moais took the opportunity to get advantageous positions for their teammates, but we can see that 2 got picked off. Zuka's kind of countering it. There's only 1 left alive. There was only 1 left alive now on both sides. But then took the blaster! Aphrodite going on tower, jumping around, able to get the 1 point extra lead. Just the last one alive there. And well, this game's only half over.
I know, and like that's what you got to do in those situations. You realize we're only down by 2. I'm going to throw myself to the tower. I know I'm going to get splatted in the next 3 seconds, but I hope it's after 3 seconds and not after 1 second. And I mean, that's what you got to do to take the lead in those crunch time situations too. But now Smoking Moai trying to continue holding on to this lead by taking over mid here. Looks like the shot was doing such a good job just painting all corners of the map to make sure that there could be no easy flanks. And they do have a lot of paint covered. Doku's going to be pushing in with this ballpoint, moving some of these members of Smoking Moai back a little bit. But again, we're just seeing a very neutral game here in mid, which at this point is going to be benefiting Smoking Moai.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we see the juice coming out in on the side of Barracudas with all 4 up as they just picked off 2 members of Smoking Moai. We can see that the blaster lurking in the bottom corner, but of course is caught out, does go down. We see members trying to reclaim top corners, but Barracudas is catching out where Smoking Moai wants to go, and they're just isolating those areas. Like we saw the Zuka going up top, called out on the side on the grates. They shut that down. Now they're pushing them all the way back up their street even more. Lead has been reclaimed, and the Inkjet gets 1 more pick here. There's only basically 1 left in a stagger here on Smoking Moai, and it's coming down to the wire here that they need to be able to get Barracudas out of their base here.
Yeah, and just having the members of Barracuda just jump in 1 by 1, serve as distractions is going to benefit them and, again, help them push to that 5 mark. But now, Smoking Moai in a situation where they haven't really been much of the matches that we have seen so far on stream, which is having a deficit in the last minute of the game. So Gecko here trying to get some splats. Unfortunately for them, going to be going down. 2v2, 3v3 situation here in mid, as Tower's going to be pushing more for Moai. And 3 players down, Devi. It's just going to be the ballpoint, who I assume is going to be saving up for an Inkjet, potentially a GG Inkjet if they can. But here comes Smoking Moai.
Yeah, Smoking Moai, it's the last kind of side for them. There's 2 of them left alive. It looks like the blaster down in the corner. That Zuka shot directly to the face. The ballpoint tried to get, but they don't have, and now that's reclaimed, and it's just gonna be a KO right there.
Oh my goodness.
I went squeaky. Oh no.
Hey, you went squeaky. That's how we know it was a good game. The back and forth between these 2 teams. Smoking Moai coming out clutch in the last moments of the game. I swear, both of these teams, once they got that tower rolling, there was no stopping them until the very end. But really, really impressive plays. The frontline Zuka shot there at the end, just the point blank shot of, okay, you're going down right here. A very impressive win there for Moai.
Oh my gosh, that Zuka shot, like, they needed that. If the main weapon wasn't gonna get, they needed something direct, and the Zuka was gonna do it. But even then, like, the ballpoint even stopped the couple, but then just got fired down at the last second, and they just, oh my gosh. What a game!
That was crazy. That was a lot of fun. But Smoking Moai really wanting that win to put them into a match point here, as Barracuda is going to be choosing their counter pick, which it looks like it will be Rainmaker Undertow.
And oh my goodness, this can work out for both sides, and just for this being a counter pick for Barracudas is kind of interesting, because they're probably still going to be fighting the same comp with the double Zukas and all that, and they found like they can combat it, but now they just got to be aware of a lot of those extra ledges, because that blaster from Aphrodite, when it gets into play there, that can really actually put them at a disadvantage, especially when trying to like keep the ballpoint out and all that stuff too, right? Because, you know, as a ballpoint, blasters are very annoying to fight when you're trying to, you know, take a high point, but at the same time, you can also paint it out with your short-range fire. So this is definitely an interesting counterpick, because we've seen how quick these teams can clash, and in all honesty, I can see this map being a strength for both teams, instead of just being in favor of one. So
yeah, and I mean, Rainmaker, I mean, for any mode, but I feel like Rainmaker in particular, just getting those wipeouts to extend your lead. You know, this one you can control the speed, you can control where the Rainmaker goes. It's not like tower zones where you just have to rely on the ticking of the units. You can, once you get a wipeout, you can choose where the objective is going and strategically play by those rules. And I think you're right, it can benefit both of these teams, just based on how well that they play tower control Sturgeon. And again, once they got the pushes going, keep it going too. So I can't see this really going any different for this game.
We'll see if teams actually do have to stick to the same thing or change. All right, we're seeing Aphrodite going on the Wiper this time instead of the Blaster, and Barracudas are bringing out 2 Zukas of their own and a Tri-Slosher.
Yeah, so both teams going to be cooler, both with 2 Zuka, but then it's going to be the battle of the Stamp versus the Inkjet. And it looks like Smoking Moai is going to be the first team to get their pop, and the cooler's already going to be online and utilized as well, as members are going to be trying to get their juice. And we see Gecko pushing up, trying to get the early push, but the Zuka's already locating them and doing a really good job staying alive, not going down to the Zuka. Most of Smoking Moai centered around the Rainmaker here. They are opting to pick it up. Not sure which direction. It looks like they might be going right for now.
Yeah, it looked like right was the option to go there for them, as left did have a couple people. But they did. They were going right, and then they went left. Never mind. I will say that is a very good awareness by the team in the Rainmaker carrier, where it's just like, okay, this side's dangerous. We're going to go over here. Wait, now there's 2 over here, and the one from on this side is gone. I can go this way now.
Yeah, and luckily it's one of those stages where you can make that last-second decision, and it's not very difficult. Especially if you kind of hover around the ledges, you know, unless there's a slosher on the other team, and it looks like there was there for Barracuda, but it didn't work out for them. But yeah, Smoking Moai getting to that checkpoint and having a 2-player advantage, but Barracuda picking up the Rainmaker, and it looks like Jose is going to be just in by themselves, but they are going to get 1.5 down, as Barracuda trying to find a place to really push this Rainmaker, but they're not having much luck pushing forward.
I'm finding it interesting how in a few of the Rainmaker matches we've seen that the teams will opt to pick up the Rainmaker on kind of their side or in the middle and take it backwards, and there's so much going at them, and it's putting it actually more at an advantage to the other team. Because you can see that Smoking Moais just wanted to take full advantage of that and just did not hold back and kept the Rainmaker back farther. It is up relatively close here, but it looks like Barracudas did push back most of Smoking Moai, but still opt to pick it up to try to get it out. instead of just kind of letting it there and just letting it kind of reset in the middle for them to regain control. They're just using the Rainmaker as a weapon here just to help keep space, but with how many Zookas are on the field, it's never safe on the back line.
No, it really is never safe because you are going to be the first target if you are far away like that. Barracudas, again, just can't seem to push forward, and I think it's just with all these suction bombs too, because they're just gonna, as soon as you get comfortable and land, and when you're firing your shot, you just are frozen for a little bit. But can they get this dunk? And it looks like they can. So props to Barracuda for being very patient with their push and not overextending a little bit, and they do get essentially the tie here. They just need to pick up the Rainmaker for them to take the lead, but watch out for that suction bombs, or all the suction bombs that are coming out, and it looks like they are going to be doing that. So Barracuda's getting the lead here, but 3 of their players are not going to be going down. So with about 2 minutes left here, Smoking Moai, they do have a lot of time on the clock to try and get this push, and I think kind of a slow and steady mechanism is going to really work for them, and they do have the Zuka out online, so we'll see how well they can do on this push.
Yeah, with the extra Zukas, they have the stamp too, and of course, Smoking Moai opting to use the Rainmaker as another long-range weapon to back up the other members, but of course, there comes the Zuka, and you're not safe on the back line there. I say this as being a back line.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Oh, so close.
Bye! Oh my god!
I know, that was so close. I thought that would at least be a trade. I thought that was at least going to be a trade, just kind of I'm going to dive in, I'm going to get splatted, but we need to stop you. But no, that, not getting that splat allowed Moai to get to 30 here in this last minute remaining. So Barracuda now doing the 2-minute drill in 1 minute, essentially, here, trying to get past 30. So remember, this is just going to be right when the slick spot starts by the ramp, if they want to try and get the lead, or a little bit around the bend. So you might not get many opportunities now, especially with some of these Zukas coming out. It is just going to be 1 member alive, Doku, on the ballpoint. So Smoking Moai going to be picking it up and taking it on this left side.
Yeah, Smoking Moai just gonna keep it up in this corner, and the furthest they have it on that side, the better, because Smoking Moai has the potential to just basically lock Barracudas on this side, unless if Barracudas can regroup in time to be able to push them back. But of course, with all of the other specials happening, it's going to be really hard to do, and we're down to the last 10 seconds. We're going to be in kind of a panic kind of state here, but they're going to opt to take the Rainmaker, still keep it forward even with actually, sorry, this is backwards. The map was flipped. As soon as I saw retreat, I was like, wait, they're going backwards.
Yeah, they knew what they were doing.
They knew, yeah.
Get the near wipeout. Okay, we'll bring it back. That way nobody can rush us. So, Smoking Moai came from behind that game a little bit and just really put their foot on the gas pedal for that game, and led them to this 3-0 victory here in the first round of Alpha Bracket.
But yeah, Barracudas did show off of a strong start there, and then of course just Smoking Moai able to basically capitalize on the back play with the Rainmaker, able to punish it when it's being taken back too far, and of course with all those Zukas flying loose. It's the time and a point where the backliners don't like to be where they are, and they would rather be on the front line instead. And of course, it was those kind of scenarios, like they never let up, they kept going up forward, and just took that advantage of what kind of Barracudas was giving them, and was able to reclaim up over that lead. And Barracudas, even, they still had their moments of full-on aggression too. Even at the start, the whole-on deke play from the right to the left to get that checkpoint was, or was that Moais that did that? I can't remember, but either way, the one had it and went forward there and got that extra lead. Just that play in general, I can't remember the color association anymore of which team actually did the deke. Oh, it was Moais that did the deke. But anyway, it was Barracuda's push that I remember how they got that push, though. Where they had like the extra 10, they waited for patient. Oh yeah, it was on the right-hand side. This was Barracuda's push. Okay, now I'm on the right page here. Barracudas ended up going right. Yeah, Barracudas was on that right-hand side there. They had the dunk, and then there was bombs kind of surrounding the top, but they were patient about it, and then able to get forward for those extra points just below that uninkable ramp. And that was a really good kind of like semicircle formation that the team players had to be able to get that push going to get those points, and that was a good one there. But I will say the deke from Smoking Moais also was probably the highlight push of that game, even though like it wasn't their main lead push. But I will say that deke was really good, other than that of being absolutely lucky and not getting stamped towards the end there.
No, that was really good. Just kind of doing that 180. So yeah, Smoking Moais winning. They are going to be facing Misk here in round 2 in the top 8. And the other score reported Retro Radio getting a 3-0 win over Clan B Fortunio. We do have a set that is in game 5 right now, Stardust Crusaders and Static Stop. So we will see who comes out of there. But 789 just now defeating Los Inklings as they'll be moving up. While these scores roll in, Devi and I are going to be signing off because we have 2 more commentators coming on the mic for you guys to finish out the day. So, Devi, it's been a pleasure. It's been a fun set. Been a fun block for us.
It's always a fun time, and it's never disappointing with anybody at all. Just there's always these hype moments, and to be able to experience them with another partner and all that is great. And I don't remember the last time I was actually able to partner with you, Falco, but it's great to be able to partner with you. Yeah.
Always lovely. Devi, where can we find you?
You can find me, as I like to call them, old Twitter and new Twitter, at Devi Doovie. YouTube as well at Devi Doovie. Twitch Devi_Doovie. But I'm on several other places as well. Like right after this, I'll be on the Squid School side, taking on all of those silly comp suggestions. And then I'll be making an appearance somewhere familiar to you, Falco, which I'll hand it over, which you can promote and where people can find you.
Yeah, you can find me Falco Flyer on Twitch, Falco Flyer 11 on Twitter, Falco Flyer on Blue Sky, and on Ludi tonight, starting tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern, I will be the host. We have a triple header coming for you guys, featuring Cherry Limeade versus Bad and Thembo IHOP versus a team Devi I think you know called the Grillers.
Yeah, I just might know them a little bit, you know.
It's going to be a pleasure, but we will hop off. You guys are going to enjoy the rest of the tournament with Pop Gun and Brush. You guys don't go anywhere. We will be back shortly.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Alpha Bracket of Low Ink October 2023. I am Popgun, joined by Brush, and we got a doozy of a set coming up for you guys at some point as soon as we figure out who is going to be the winner between Crescent Knight and Matter of Opinion.
Popgun, I don't know if you knew this about me, but every time you do that intro, I keep my hand on the volume knob, and I just duck your volume every time you scream back, just because it's a little risky sometimes.
Okay. Thank you.
Just thought it would be interesting.
Hold on. Can we just point out, before we went live, earlier today, you were coming to me and saying, can we do more of a couch-style commentary today? I don't want to do buttoned-up professional commentary. You did say that, right?
I did say that to you, yes.
And now you're starting off by talking about how you don't want to listen to me talk? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much. Though it's funny, when we have done...
We got a long set ahead of us, buddy.
When we've done button-up and ties, we do find a way to have our moments of completely undoing and disheveling ourselves. So, you know, we're not all that.
We're not. Now, who is all that? It looks like it's going to be Crescent Knight, who wins a scratchy, clawy battle between Matter of Opinion. They're going to be taking on the set you are about to see, which is Josephalopod, Joestarfish, taking on Crescent Knight. Now, that is a JoJo reference, because I believe we talked to the captain yesterday in the Low Ink pre-show.
Yes.
The last time you saw JoJo play in a low-level tournament was the August Little Squid League, where they finished in the top 8, getting eliminated in the quarterfinals, I guess, technically. And, well, what, 2 months later, they're now contenders / favorites to win this month's Low Ink. That's quite a jump. So, and what they told us is that they just started listening to their coach. And that was all the difference that they did. So I guess before they just didn't take their coach seriously.
Yeah,
but since then, whatever their coach is saying has been fantastic for them. Taking on a team called Crescent Knight. Now, Brush, trivia question.
Yeah, that's me.
Who won Low Ink in December of last year?
Can I pull up the bracket and check?
No, that's cheating.
Low Ink, can I pull up the Hall of Fame and check?
That's literally the same thing.
Well, okay. So I'm going to say December Low Ink. Was that... Okay, my gut is telling me it was lowest, but that can't be right.
You're a whole year. They won early January of that year. We're talking about
11 months off. I'm 11 months off.
The December champion of 2020 was a team called Crescent Knight.
Oh.
Now, this team you're looking at right here is not the same team.
Was that Knight K-N-I-G-H-T?
No, it's literally spelled the same exact way.
Okay.
No, not like a medieval knight.
Okay,
no, it's not that. So this is just a team of a similar name, a horse of a different color, if you will. Still known as Crescent Knight. That is looking to become the second Crescent Knight team ever to win Low Ink. So to do it, they got to go through JoJo to start this off here.
Flat Zone's Inkblot Art Academy is where they're looking to, win their first horse race. Popgun, I deliberately picked the Splat Zones maps this one. Last month, I just kind of clicked the generate button and
yeah, I remember.
Went ahead. And then we had Grand Finals Wahoo Zones. But hey, Inkblot Art Academy, that one's not bad.
It's not bad. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's not bad. JoJo, I don't think JoJo's lost this entire weekend. Honestly, now that I'm starting to kind of look that up. They've lost some game. No, they did lose once in Group C. I think Retro Radio might have done them in at some point, but they are still like the number 1 team to come out. No, Retro Radio. No? Wait, who beat JoJo? JoJo lost to TM18, who I believe fell down to beta bracket anyways.
Yeah, I don't see him in alpha.
So neither one of these teams are coming into this one undefeated. In fact, I don't think we have any undefeated teams left. Team 5 lost a little bit earlier today. Most of these teams coming into this one with an L already on their books. But this is Alpha Bracket, baby. There is no double elim here. We've been playing this tournament for 6+ hours across both days here. Best of 5. And as soon as the teams get into lobby and get going, we will bring you game 1.
It's gonna be interesting to see. I know this is like totally the baby's first commentary comment, but I do think it's worth pointing out the roster of 4 on JoJo and a bigger roster on Crescent Knight. That distinction can make a big difference when you're down in a set. And so we're looking at best of 5 here, so less time for adjustments to be made versus your looty kind of best of 9 craziness, but JoJo has less to work with.
They, well, it's worked out well for them so far, and they're looking to continue that streak right here as we see them low it out into the lobby with... I got the wrong stream pulled up here. It's been a while. It's good to be back at this. Opening cap goes to the blue team, which just so happens to be JoJo.
Obrisk on the right side here, gonna play slow and wait for something to happen. A fight on the opposite side, though, that's gonna lead to some orange paint down as that Snipe Rider player goes down. Zigzam gonna jump back into the action, though, Fearless into the orange ink. They're gonna go down as well. A 3v4 situation now in favor of Crescent Knight, who, didn't get the first cap, but this looks like it's gonna lead to a stronghold.
Crescent Knight, a little bit of an unorthodox cop going out here with the bubbler from the junior. Is that Killer Whale from the Ink Brush? I know Killer Whale got a little bit of a damage buff, and so far it's working out into Crescent Knight's favor. JoJo, I think we're starting to see why they've been so successful so far. They're using the definitive comp in competitive Splatoon right now. Double Zuka pencil, and then a little bit of a vanilla slosher just for a little bit of spice, even though it's not really much.
Now, once again, Kappa's gonna switch back over. JoJo in control. Zigzam trying to make something happen, going head first into that Trizuka. That's gonna lead to a bubbler down in zone for the side of Crescent Knight. Map control well in their favor. And look at Shay's doing a great job backing up, looking behind them, getting some paint down as a Trizuka jump scare comes from that left tree. Shay's gonna handle that well, though.
The RNG rotation of the Zuka working out into that junior's favor. Most people would die to that. Instead, the junior just kind of got tickled and still stayed alive and able to just keep guarding that tower. Doesn't seem too interested to hop up on top of it because everybody else for Crescent Knight is getting the job done. They've already knocked out all their penalty points. They got one player stuck way out on an island right there. It goes down. It's going to be extremely difficult for JoJo to find a way to get back into this one. They're working around that right side while trying to attack the middle at the same time. It gets a nice Zuka kill on the player on the zone. Can this pencil do enough to put paint down? Barely. They do. Wow. JoJo keeps the game going with a delayed wipeout.
So a 1-point meme gonna lead to JoJo's back in control. And, Shay's on that junior, not enough sold to the RNG gods to survive that Trizuka twice. So this time, as they go 3 down, JoJo's back in control. Crescent Knight burning a lot of specials here early, looking for a way into the zone, trying to use Calon on that left side or right side flank, but they're going down now, and with 35 ticks on the side of JoJo, 2 minutes remaining in this game, a cap towing back to Crescent Knight looks a little bit more difficult, though. They've got the player advantage once again.
Yeah, I like the aggression from Crescent Knight until all their players just go down instantly, and a nice swarm right there from JoJo to try to get back control of zone. I was just going to praise Crescent Knight for using their specials early to make sure that JoJo didn't get theirs built up, but it took too long for them to cap zone. JoJo's got all their specials ready to go at that time, able to get things back. Can Crescent Knight come back in here? They're going to need to get some splats in the middle of the zone. Instead, they're the ones getting splatted in the zone. The control wipes out. There's enough players left for JoJo. They take the lead back, and they take game 1.
You watch there at the end, Shays drop down. There's 2 bombs, now the bubbler, now 2 more. But those bombs don't find the picks. They got paint on the zone, which was almost enough to neutral. The neutral then came out a moment later. But when you're that Splattershot Junior, you're relying on your teammates to get ahead of the play and make something happen. So I do think it's worth calling out the aggression of that player, of Shays for Crescent Knight. But you just can't make hero plays with that junior. You need your teammates around, and when you're constantly staggered like we saw in the last minute of that game, well, JoJo's gonna walk all over you.
Yeah, they had similar roles, that junior and the pencil from the respective teams. Get control of the tower, keep paint down, and use your specials. The difference is the pencil has more range and a special that benefits the Zuka players, which is why it is meta right now. But the good news for Crescent Knight, being a little bit off meta that they get to control the counter pick here. So they can come up with something that is going to benefit their unique comp over the comp that we're likely going to see from JoJo from here on out, because if you're going to use double Zuka there, you're going to use it everywhere. Rainmaker Scorched Gorge is the pick that they're coming out with.
You know, it's worth calling out. Yeah, that counter pick is going to help them out here, but I mean, it's obvious, I think, but I'm going to say it out loud anyway. Like, you're gonna have to win at least one game on your opponent's counter pick, and that if that's game 5 or if that's game 3, who cares? Point being, Crescent Knight has this I think a little bit unorthodox comp with that junior, as we saw, and you know, not running the pencil like we saw on the side of JoJo. So counter picks, going in their favor, but they're gonna have to show up and show out on a map that they might not be so comfortable on at some point in this set.
Game 2, Rainmaker Scorched Gorge. Nothing changing from the side of JoJo. And, that is a roller, a vanilla roller. So the junior, I believe that is the junior player. So they keep the bubbler, but now they got a little bit more aggression, but a whole lot less paint to work with. Fair enough, it's Rainmaker, but still, JoJo says, we don't really care what the map and mode is. This is our bread and butter.
Gonna start with getting a lot of paint down on the side of JoJo. That's 2 specials ready, though one of them going down there. That's the bucket, and now the other fire shot. That leaves Zigzim alone. They're gonna have to back up, and big control for Crescent Knight here early on their counter.
When was the last time you saw a roller and the brush comp together? And you're not going to see the roller much longer because they just got Zuka back to hell right there. So far, nobody picked up the Rainmaker. Both teams just kind of trading splats back and forth, but there's going to need to be a lot of purple ink in the middle of this map if Crescent Knight wants to get anything done just with the weapons that they have. They really benefit from a lot of paint down, and it's hard for them to engage that pencil that has so much range on everything. You're basically stuck in a situation where you have to hit an Ink Zuka to force that pencil back, because there's just so many spots they can be safe from, and that is why JoJo has control of the zone, or the Rainmaker, and why they're going to clear this first pedestal.
I mean, it's simplistic to say, but if shooters equal paint, Crescent Knight is down to 1 splatter shot to help them out. And that's going to be an uphill battle for them. I like the roller pick, I do. I like the ink brush pick, I do. But when you don't have a weapon like that junior we saw from Shays, you're not going to be able to put as much paint down. And so when you go 3 down and you're both and you're walking into a bomb, I mean, you all of a sudden have no chance of keeping this map bluish purple.
Yeah, and that was another Ink Zuka shot that they had in the Hollister, ready to go. Instead, they run into a bomb, which opens up the door for JoJo to get past this first checkpoint. But there comes the buffed Killer Whale that's coming out from that ink brush. It's not going to do enough to splat the Rainmaker, but it is going to slow down enough for the rest of the players of Crescent Knight to collapse on top of it, shutting down this push for now. But there goes yet another Ink Zuka that, oh my goodness. Well, it's a good special.
We asked in the pre-show everyone's opinion on it, and everyone was like, you know, it's a little too good, but I think we can handle it. It's just our positioning. But I mean, this is a Trizuka festival we're watching right now.
And it is a very yellow festival on top of that. And again, this pencil player can just do whatever they want. I got all the paint I need. I got all the range compared to what our opponents can bring to us. So I can just keep making sure that our players got the soda they need. We can keep the distance from them. We can keep applying paint from a safe distance. But while they're not getting the splats on the pencil player, they are being forced back. Well, not back far enough. They can still get splat from all the way back there.
Yeah, it's hard to watch, Popgun. I mean, you think you're out of that thing's range, but maybe it's the early Splatoon 3 mindset coming out, or the like, oh, they don't have a crab, we don't need to be so far back. But no one on Crescent Knight can get anything moving because that pencil just controls it all.
1:30 left to go here. It's not a huge mountain for Crescent Knight to come back here. They basically just have to clear the first checkpoint, and then that's it, right? Just like set a foot past the pedestal. at this point because they'll get 60. They'll like tie the score basically if they can just clear the checkpoint. But again, the same problem is getting to mid, and now which they're gonna have a great opportunity to do. But how are they gonna push this pencil back? It looks like they're gonna try to use the killer whale to do that, but they need to move with these specials. The problem is this Ink Strike is coming out at the perfect time, and great placements by that as well. Basically built a trap for the Rainmaker. There was nowhere for them to go. That's going to slow things down a lot. So great special usage there out of JoJo, which was losing as far as the fights were concerned.
Wolf gonna back up there and help out the team by the Rainmaker pop as we hit 40 seconds left. The yellow text on the top counting down quicker and quicker it feels. Yellow paint still all over the map as that Rainmaker's gonna reset, and a trade on one and a pick on the other for JoJo. That's gonna lead to a much more difficult situation. Saf not quite going down there. The juice online for both teams. 20 seconds remain. Trizuka online from Wolf. One goes down. They can't find the pick. They need to find a way through. And now with another one in JoJo's favor, it's looking like Crescent Knight's going to get forced out.
You had to splat the pencil right there. They made a mistake. They fell down into a fight and they got into somebody's range, and you don't punish that. JoJo's going to control mid, and they're going to get the win right there. That's the one window that you had to take advantage of, and Crescent Knight couldn't do that. And this was their counter pick. What did they score? 5 points in 5 minutes. That's rough.
Where'd the junior go? I mean, they were doing a great job game one in Splat Zones with that paint, the bubbler coming out, the double bombs helping the team. But I couldn't tell you, Popgun, where they went. I mean, they traded the best painter in this game, arguably, for a roller.
Well, I think the mindset was we need to find a way to get more splats, and also in conjunction with the bubblers. But across both games, the bubbler hasn't been a factor as far as like getting things done. Well, I mean, it's not really the bubbler's fault. They never really established control of mid. I genuinely don't think the pencil died at all that game, unless it was on a push. Because it just seemed like the pencil was just alive the entire time, and there was nothing to do about it. And if this is the counter pick you can make, and you can change the comps that you can from the side of Crescent Knight, you need to come up with something to deal with the pencil. You need more range. You need dare I say, another Zuka or something, or just focus the Zuka on that player. Because if that player is just going to stand back and just paint and throw down things and punish players to get into their range, you got to do something about that. And it looks like they are trading a player out, actually. So Crescent Knight bringing in B times SDK. Is this a cheat code? What is this player's name? They're on the roster.
It looks like an SDKR with a different team's tag, but not a sub on our end. You know, not an official IPL substitute. You know, just a normal one. So hey, maybe that's the secret. Maybe the secret sauce is someone who doesn't rep your brand.
Yeah, there's always that one person on your team that's like, I'm not going to put the tag in there. Or maybe it could be like a tryout or something. I don't know. Tower Control Museum is the counter pick coming out here. And if JoJo uses double Zuka, or I'm sorry, double Splatter Shot, Pencil, and Slosher here, I think it's safe to assume they're going to use it the rest of the tournament at this point, because it kind of works everywhere.
I don't know, Popgun. I know it's different. I know I bring this up every time we're commentating Low Ink, but it's like we saw Uru 2.5 years ago now or whatever pull out the same comp every match, and in the game 7 of the bracket reset in grand finals, they said, nah, we'll pull out a Blobobber, and then they won. So hey, anything can happen in Low Ink.
I'm glad we don't do best of 7 and double limb tournaments anymore. That was so dumb.
You say that every time I bring up this story, too, because it's so dumb.
It was dumb. We've done a lot of dumb things as TOs over the years. Not anymore. We've got it all figured out in the perfect form.
I've never made a mistake as a head TO.
Battle time! JoJo's looking for the 3-0 sweep. Crescent Knight is hoping they can keep their tournament run going at least 5 more minutes, if not longer, here at Tower Control Museum. Hey, we don't even have to change our clothes. We're ready to go here. What if we bring in our Zap player so that we can combine Soda with our Brush and Roller to go along with the Zuka. So what did they lose? I forget what the other weapon they had. The Tri-Slosher, wasn't it?
Yes. Lost a short-range Slayer for, you know, a little bit more range, a little bit more team play special. Shay's not going to be able to make anything happen in mid, but that's what happens when your juice isn't ready. Now 2 down in favor of JoJo.
Let that be a lesson to you, kids. That's what happens when your juice isn't ready. You get splatted immediately. 2 players going down for JoJo. But, oh, hey, the pencil player died. That's something I was going to look at. How often is that pencil going to be erased? And right now, Crescent Knight doing a good job. And look at them starting to push up, realizing this is their opportunity to get something going here. First checkpoint's going to fall, but they're in a good position to do a whole lot more than just this first checkpoint if the Roller just doesn't go off Rambo style and try to 1v6 everybody.
Soda online, but no one's there to use it anymore. They're all on respawn now, as the maps will switch back into JoJo's favor. So, you know, a little bit unlucky for JoJo, going down 3 like that, letting them fall into Shaze's Roller. But now Shay's down in a trade, and that actually gives you a little bit of an advantage temporarily if you're JoJo.
Yeah, misplay by Crescent Knight. You got to move with the tower, not that super far ahead of the tower and the rest of all of your teammates. So everybody just spread too far out. Still, 40 points rather, scored by Crescent Knight, and they're starting to win more of these 1v1 fights. They're going to get another opportunity to clear the second checkpoint here. A delayed wipeout.
3v4 in favor of Crescent Knight, and though a little bit of the same stuff.
Where are they going? Look at that.
Shay's all the way ahead, though somehow he's going to hang on to life. Finally going down to this third shot of that Trizuka, though. This second checkpoint falling, and you know, sometimes that's all you need because they're powering forward. Their teammate able to back up and help out SDKR on that tower, and 20 points remain as they nearly hit that third checkpoint, so turning nothing into something, it seems, and they're not done. Calon is behind the play, and their teammates are back on respawn.
They literally just said, hey, we need you to sub in for this game so that you can sit on the tower while we do everything as far away from you as possible. All right. Hey, so far, so good. 2 checkpoints cleared. They're at the third checkpoint. There's a lot of purple ink in mid, and a lot of specials have to be burned by JoJo just to get this pushed over with. And the time is already halfway gone as well. So the aggression appears to be working for now for Crescent Knight, but it looks like everything is switching back into JoJo's favor. How is Crescent Knight going to handle things on the defensive end when they got to find a way to push this pencil off the tower?
It seems like Crescent Knight stopped for a second and they said, wait, Trizukas don't work if you're dead. And now they're just steamrolling ahead, though the pencil player going down. That's Shaze showing off what that aggression looks like. Bubbler online to stay alive. Now just Color, that Slosher backing up. They're trying to get as far away from Shaze as possible, but they're not having it. Shaze finally going down, but that's a delayed wipe and a delayed quad for that Roller player. Shaze showing they're more than just a junior.
Well, that's just kind of what the Roller does. Where I was kind of critical of them earlier in this game, saying, man, they're just holding forward, going so far away from their teammates. But it's kind of like Tetris. Eventually, it's going to land, and you're going to get those big plays that are going to blow the doors wide open, and it seems like they're getting more consistent play out of that. But look how reserved everybody from Crescent Knight is right now. They're all going back to mid, even though they got the tower up there. I think they're starting to realize we got this massive lead. Let's not blow it right now. Let's try to methodically find a way to keep the tower moving forward while also bleeding time off the clock without losing all of our players and control mid at the same time. So this seems like Crescent Knight taking a little bit of a foot off the gas pedal right here. And just as I say that, there's a Roller doing shenanigans down there that ultimately exploded anyways.
45 seconds remain in this game. A 3v3 situation on the field. Respawn starting to come out, but specials online for JoJo. There's that first Trizuka. 2 shots, and they're down. Shaze doing a great job pushing forward. Now looking for another one on Color. They'll be back soon for that Soda, but you know, that's all you need. You need to keep this aggression up when you have this lead, so they're just gonna keep moving forward, I guess. It feels so wrong to say, Popgun. They just need to play passively, but I guess if you're stuck in your spawn, you're not pushing the tower.
No, all you need to do is just back up with that Zuka, which they're popping right now. They're popped it right now. They used some shots. I think they got the splat on the pencil player, but that is going to open up the doors for, well, overtime to occur. I don't know how long this is going to last because that killer whale is going to come out on top of a pincer onto the tower. Nicely played by Crescent Knight. They threw themselves at the wall over and over again, and eventually it broke through.
You know, we talked about JoJo listening to their coach. I promise you, Popgun, a thing distilled in this team is when you're pushing the tower, you move ahead of it, and you support it. You know, you get paint down, you don't let anyone flank the tower, but you're moving ahead of it. And what Crescent Knight did to that for JoJo's, practice is said, well, if the tower is ahead, you're gonna push it, and then we'll all be there sharking, and then you all die, and then we push the tower. Or, on the flip side, we're gonna push so far ahead, you can't even think about pressuring that tower. And it threw a big enough curveball at JoJo that they seemed confused. Where are we pushing? What's the game plan? How do we pop these specials? Trizuka's only as good as when it's popped and who it's aimed at.
Rush, can you look up what type of moon is going to be out tonight? Just so we can know if it will be a crescent moon out tonight or something completely different. That might work. That might work into their favor. You never know. And while you're looking that up, it looks like the counter picks in. It is going to be Clam Blitz at Barnacle and Dime. Keep in mind, you can't go back to a map and mode you previously won on. So now that it is JoJo's counter picks from here on out, they can't go to Splat Zones or Rainmaker. You just lost on tower control, so ipso facto, of course you want to pick Clam Blitz, and they're going to go with Barnacle and Dime here. Are we going to still see that brush roller combo? Because there was no subs on Crescent Knight's part. They might have wanted to sub, but there just wasn't time given to them, but they're not saying anything in chat, so they're keeping their in-zap player in. Now I wonder if they're going to double down with the brush and roller here as we head into game 4 of this set.
Popkin, I'm not playing. What are you talking about?
Did you find the moon thing or not?
It depends where you are, but in Boston, we lost it last night. Last night was the last day of Crescent Moon. So okay. We're now to a half-filled moon tonight. So Crescent Moon, maybe Crescent Knight just wants it back real bad.
All right, fair enough. They played really well yesterday, and maybe they're hoping to make a good run of things right here. JoJo's counter pick as they got the same exact comp that they have. No changes from the side of Crescent Knight either.
It's gonna be a mad dash towards mid. Who's gonna find these picks first? Well, Color manages to make a trade out of, I think, a little bit of over-aggression, but that's been the theme for Crescent Knight, at least last game. Go slap on that pencil, do a great job playing it like an anchor. I mean, you don't need to put yourself in a dangerous spot if you can watch over everything and find a pick, and that's why you pick a map like this.
Point and click adventure. I see somebody, I point at them, and magically they explode. But Crescent Knight still trying to find a little spot to shark. The problem is complete control of mid is in the favor of JoJo as they're starting to soak up some clams, get some specials going here. I don't know how that roller died, but it died. And the pencil player does have a clam to work with right here as they're slowly marching their way into Crescent Knight territory.
The ice strikes come online, but now 2 delayed down for JoJo. Make that a 3rd, so Saf with that pencil is going to back all the way up. Now it's just 1 looking for a pick on Shays, the roller player. They're going to find it and end up in a disadvantageous position still, I guess, for JoJo. So everything comes falling down in mid, and it's Crescent Knight who's pushing forward. So they're not doing quite a good enough job controlling these clams. Calon finally putting a ball together, but risking their life to do so.
I'm about to, same thing. Like, wow, just stared that pencil in the face. And again, that's part of the issue is, okay, how do we get past this pencil? And it's the longer they wait, the more an Inkzuka comes down. But I guess the alternative is kill everybody else. But now it's just a 1v1. And Wolf, I believe is how that is pronounced, can't really find a way to slip past because the pencil is guarding that. So, wow, okay. A whole lot just happened, but at the same time, nothing.
Welcome to competitive Splatoon.
Yeah.
A whole lot going on, but really not too much when you think about it.
Crossing the halfway mark now. Now, the good news for Crescent Knight is they still have map control. They still got a power clam. JoJo has nothing to this extent other than just a pencil player that is just continuously shutting anything down. Here comes the roller. just what? Okay, I don't know what the plan there was, but once again, more play. Okay, Brush. Okay, what is this? People are just dying.
I mean,
Crescent Knight's gonna take the lead.
Popgun, when was the last time you commentated Low Ink? 3 months ago now?
July, yeah.
Yeah. No, this is what we do, Popgun. We throw ourselves at the basket, and we're, 3 minutes into the game, we're yearning for some points on the board, and you get to 80, and somehow it doesn't backfire. So, 1:30 left now. Specials online for JoJo, but doesn't look like they're actually going to be moving in too soon.
Yeah, and mid control is in their favor as well. They don't really have to do anything to get lead here. They just got to pop the basket and throw in one clam. But Calon, the brush player, doing a good job of staying alive on the bottom side of the map. The roller gets taken care of. Now map control completely into the favor. They do pop the basket away from everything and get that one clam necessary to get the lead. So there you go. Just a little bit of a breakdown of defense along that uninkable flank area up top there. But now it's just a power clam gives the lead right back to Crescent Knight, and they got map control and 50 seconds to work with as well.
Push, no you push. So now it's SDKR moving in on that left side, backing up to the bubble. Go finally finding their way into that bubble. There's the lead, 70-77 as more clams go in. This is the first push of the game. 35 seconds left, and maybe it's already over because Wolf is backing up and there's a lot of yellow ink, but maybe that's enough if they can just hold mid for another 25 seconds.
Yeah, they finally were in a position where they could burn all their specials in the correct way and got a decent push out of it. Now, here's the question for JoJo. You don't want to go down 2 losses back to back. You don't want all the momentum on Crescent Knight. You want to try to find a way to win this one right here. But to do that, the pencil player needs to start pushing up. They've got some soda right there in you. Start being a little bit more aggressive. Can they find ways to do that? And right now, they have to be stuck on the defensive side. The brush player slipping behind everything. Pops the basket into overtime right there. And we are going to a game 5.
And there's the win on a counter pick that's not yours, though. Crescent Knight's going to have to do it all over again next game if they want to keep this momentum and find the win in this set. But I mean, look, we're not talking about, to your credit, Popkin, we're not talking about 2 teams that have been undefeated or that there is some crazy underdog story. This is our typical low ink set of 2 teams that have been throwing punches all day. They have some missteps, they find the way through, but top 32 into alpha bracket, this format is unforgiving. You lose a set, you're going home. So the pressure is on. If it wasn't before, it's on now in this game 5.
And once again, JoJo makes the counter pick, and they have to either pick tower control or clam blitz, 2 modes that they've just lost on back to back. They can't go back to a mode they previously won on. And also keep in mind, you can't do Art Academy or Scorch Gorge. So no TC Art Academy, no Clam Blitz at Scorch Gorge either. So they're going to have to... I don't really know what the logic is for what they can come up with here. And also on the side of Crescent Knight... Say what?
Are they down to only 4 map modes? They've got 4 options here to pick from, is that right?
That doesn't sound right. No.
Oh, I guess they have...
They should have like 8 maps.
Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah. There you go. And it looks like they've made a pick, and it's Splat Zone's Hagglefish.
They can't do that.
They can't do that. Yeah, they've won on Splat Zones.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know what's going on there. I mean,
they asked in chat, can we go to Zones again? And it's like, no, you've already won Splat Zone's Art Academy. And they are, it looks like, so they're in control of the room, so they're just kind of hovering over things. It looks like tower control is the mode picked. They did want to go to Hagglefish. Is TC Hagglefish in the map pool this month?
This month? You made the map pool, dude. It wasn't me this time.
But I don't memorize it by heart. I'm looking it up right now.
It is.
It is. Okay. So they might decide to go with that because they wanted to go Splat Zone Hagglefish. I know it's not the same exact thing, but you want to find. I don't know. There's a lot of flank groups on this map. I don't know if this is what you want to do brush and roller against. considering those have been the things you've had issues with. But
okay, we say it's a flank heavy map, but it's like it's not main stage. It's not like you're stuck in mid. The tower pushes up, and I really don't feel it's that flank heavy on a map, especially on a push or a defensive. It really feels a little bit more like a really choky map right around that ramp area to me.
Well, we do know what comp they're going to use.
We do, as they ready up instantly, no one changing anything.
Winner moves on to semifinals. Losers gets to watch the stream for the rest of the day. What are you reacting to?
Color.
A machine.
Changed anything, and a machine comes out with the Booyah Bomb. That's the first time they haven't been on Bucket, if I'm not mistaken.
What a shocker that we are surprised that somebody's using machine instead of a slosher. Is that where we are in the current meta? That excites us now. But yes, the Booyah Bomb and Fizzy Bomb going to be used here. And that is the adjustment that's been made. Nothing changing from the side of Crescent Knight. They say, hey, this is what got us these first 2 wins. Let's just double down with it. And so far, it's working out into their favor until the machine gets a double, installs everything. It also kills the roller as well. Oh, wow. What a great day for the sloshing machine community.
Another one too for color. Can we get a fan cam action? Is there something? Can someone get to Twitter real quick? Because color for JoJo showing up wants another one. They're still hungry. Booyah Bomb gonna come online. They're checking that ahead of the tower. But JoJo needs to find a way to keep moving and get in front of this thing. Color can't be alone.
And the pencil rotates to the tower. You see the Zuka shots coming along on that right side as this first checkpoint will fall into JoJo's favor. Crescent Knight had a great opening until the machine just shut it down, and it's been all JoJo since. Here comes the Zuka all the way from across the map, kills the tower, and everything starts getting cleaned up. But look who's the last player left alive. It is the machine that is not going to fight instead. Fall back to their teammates, say, hey, that was a good push. Let me stay alive and build up a Booyah Bomb.
Color, to their credit, they're playing this really well. Not only obviously showing up and getting a million picks in the first minute, but they backed up there. They regrouped with their team. Look at that. You're got a 3-player advantage onto Crescent Knight, and now you're the ones pushing. So I mean, talk about listening to your coach. Weirdly, it's the guy. I know they do have the team tag. So there you go. Listen to your coach. I'm sure whoever their coach is smiling right now, and listening to me compliment.
Also, it's really hard to be disciplined like that in a game 5 where if you lose, your tournament runs completely over. But so far, the first half goes to JoJo's favor. But when you stop and breathe and look at this, they only have a checkpoint lead, and that's it. Like, you don't even have to get all the way to the second checkpoint if you're Crescent Knight to get the lead back into your favor. But the problem is, can they start securing control of mid and hold on to that first checkpoint long enough? It is a long checkpoint. It's not the easiest one in the world to break. But they're starting to push up way up there. Yet again, another big punch thrown by the roller. That one doesn't land. But it won't be enough to keep players away from the tower long enough for them to clear that first checkpoint. It looks like the answer is going to be no? Yes. No is yes.
Okay, Popgun. We're 2 minutes left in this game. The tower pushing forward now in favor of Crescent Knight, as Saf does a great job with that pencil, as we've seen throughout this set. That's going to serve as a great distraction for the rest of JoJo to find a way in, find those picks. And once again, I mean, JoJo, they don't have a ton of paintdown. To be fair, they are still battling against what that N-Zap and Splatter Shot can do, but they're finding ways to get to the right position, get to the hot spot, find the spot on the map to throw those specials, to throw those Tri-Zukas, and find the picks with it, though. Zigzam not doing a great job proving me right, as they're going to go down in that green ink.
Yeah, Zigzagoon getting eliminated along with one of their teammates as the roller saying, hey, my job is to be in the enemy base 24/7. Let me just go up there, get a splat on top of it. Working along this left side, this could be the opposite of where the tower is. And now we're back to where the first checkpoint. Oh, golly. Inkzuka, and if it wasn't the Inkzuka, the Booyah was going to do some damage as well. But you at least would have seen the Booyah coming. The Inkzuka just instantly erased 2 players and said, push over. JoJo with the decisive lead now with only 40 seconds left to go.
Nah, I think that was their positioning. What do you mean you have to be on power to get through a checkpoint?
You're going to do this now with 30 seconds left in a game 5?
2 players down, they're gonna come back online. Now it's JoJo. They're the ones with the lead, so they're just gonna try to hold the strong defense of your Crescent Knight, trying to find a way through. Cobras with that Zuka, they're gonna win the Zuka 1v1. So now another one stuck on the backside. It's just SDKR. They do find 2 picks, but they're all alone by that second checkpoint. So Chunks will come in, but it won't be enough. And with 5 seconds left, it's Wolf searching for anything, finding one. The GG Booyah on tower, and it's JoJo moving on. Are you happy, Popgun?
Well, I don't have a dog in the fight. I don't really care who won that set in particular, but I will say this. JoJo, back when they were eligible for Little Squid League, and they were seen as a favorite to win Little Squid League, would constantly get into those do-or-die games in gold brackets, in like quarterfinals or semifinals or top 16, and they would lose them almost every single time. That must be a huge mental boost for them to avoid the reverse sweep in that situation and to hold fast and play very disciplined. They weren't going crazy. Crescent Knight was playing very crazy. They were ever since they were down 0-2. They were just being hyper aggressive. Let's just throw things at the wall and see what stuck. Right. And for the 2 wins, it worked out. But JoJo was very disciplined in that critical game 5. That is what got them the win, and that is what's going to keep their tournament set going on. They still have 2 sets left to go.
Man, I really do love this coach storyline. If you were ever in doubt how to get better at the game, well, put your trust in someone who knows how to help you get better at the game. I mean, it seems goofy, but Popgun, I don't know what happened to it, but we saw a bunch of stuff on Twitter, a bunch of high-level teams, at least Jackpot and one other, say like, hey, we'd like to help out some low-ink pals. And then obviously Ludi comes around and throws a wrench, but like, there are folks who want to help other folks improve. It's fun to see, and it's fun to see those storylines develop, and JoJo will take that set and move on.
Folks helping folks out. By the way, thanks to our pal Rose of Octopi, we know that no team has ever won low ink in Splatoon 3 with a roster of just 4 players. JoJo, 2 sets away from becoming the first team ever. But Honda Squivik only had 4 players. They had a sub. They technically had a sub in day 1, so that counts as 5. Still, we're not going to be watching these guys anymore. We're going to be taking a peek at the opposite side of the bracket. It is now going to be the joke that your dad first told you when you were 5-year-old, 789, taking on Super Android 17.
Have you told PJ that one yet?
PJ doesn't really do a lot of listening or comprehension at this point.
Okay, so is that the first joke you're gonna tell? You got something better?
We're years away from that. I'm just trying to get through one day without having to change my shirt because of volcano vomiting on top of me, Brush. We'll worry about dad jokes down the line.
I got you. Super Team 5 is here. 789 versus Super Team 5. Super Team 5 our number 1 seed, and that doesn't mean a ton at this point in the bracket. You know, you've just been playing a bunch of seeding stuff to get that point, but we saw them earlier. We saw them in the pre-show. They thought they were a podium team, but not necessarily a first place contender.
Super Team 5, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, we talked to them yesterday. They had some wild takes on a lot of things. But one of the things they mentioned was they felt like they were a top 3 team, but they didn't feel like they were the best team that was going to win it. They were talking about Ominous. I think they mentioned Matter of Opinion as well. And both those teams neither one of those, no, Matter of Opinion did. Ominous didn't even make Alpha Bracket. So by Super Team 5's own logic, they are the best team remaining. And they have to go up against what has to be a pickup in 7, 8, 9, which Well, okay, so I don't want to call them 7, 8, 9 the whole time because that's annoying, but I can't call them Team 7 because that's an actual team, and that'd be weird considering they're playing Team 5. So this is just a commentary nightmare for us, but regardless.
Nothing could be worse than Irish wristwatch, though, so glad I haven't had to deal with that one yet.
Was that an actual team name, or is that just...
I've run pickups with it just to screw with commentators, but they never put me on stream.
Game 1! Splatoons at Hagglefish Market Super Team 5. Taking a stab at things here, taking on 7, 8, 9. As, is that a sploosh in Milo Inc?
It's a sploosh and a pencil in your low ink. Chi, the pencil player there, an interesting mix, I think, of hyper aggression and a little more anchor playstyle. I'm so excited to see how this one works out for them.
We got 5 versus 7 and 9 here, and 5 is the one that's going to get the opening control of things. The pencil player being the last one left alive is, well, stuck in a bit of an awkward spot. Player jumping into them. No way they survive that, and Super Team 5 is going to be very aggressive. By the way, that is the, what is that called? The Dreadnought? What is that thing?
Red Ringer? Maybe?
It's not the Red Ringer. No.
Dread
Ringer. Dread Ringer. That is a weapon in the game that is being used as well.
I don't even... I see it sloshing. It looks different.
Yes.
Couldn't tell you how it works, though, Popgun. It's going to be Chi trying to put some pressure onto the zone with that anchor position. Finding the cap there for just a moment is enough to get some penalty points. But a quick cap the other way, and somehow 7, 8, 9 is 101.
That's the stupidest thing. You cap the zone and instantly lose it. You get punished. You now have to score 101 points to win the game. Finally, they get rid of that one penalty point. Now they're on the board. But regardless, the thing is they're keeping the game going where it looked like Team 5 was about to run them out of the map.
Team 5, now 47 ticks and 20 penalties to go. I'm looking for more numbers to read out here, Popgun. But a pick gonna be found by Walk there, looking for the other with that wiper. A wise jump out for the side of 7, 8, 9. So a lockout continues for Super Team 5. A little bit of paint on the zone from Chi, that pencil player, and that's going to be hella annoying for Super Team 5. But not a challenge for them as penalty points tick down, 35 remaining.
By the way, here's Bear, number 5, working for Team 7, 8, 9 against Team Super 9 as they throw some ink strikes onto the zone. I don't know how 7, 8, 9 didn't get control of the zone earlier, but there's a reef slider from the Dread Ringer, which is spawn camping right now and just murdering squids left and right, as there's no way they're going to get back to the zone in time. Game 1 goes in favor of Super Team 5.
Okay. You have an interesting composition there. You're pulling out a pencil. You're pulling out a sploosh. And correct me if I'm wrong, it was just 2 other shooters there. So, maybe a little bit of conversation happens now. Yes, it's your counterpick. We talked about this before. I do really like that mix of aggression and anchor play. But Super Team 5 comes out and they play quite the aggressive game, not leaving space to breathe, not leaving space for Chi to do much of anything, or at least not giving space for the teammates to play off of it. You're gonna have to come up with a creative map mode here if you want to make something happen.
You know, the old saying back in the previous meta was, you can do anything as long as you have double splash. I think what Super Team 7 just proved right there, you can do anything if you have double shot now. Yeah, throw a Dread Ringer in there. it'll work out as long as you got a double Zuka to work with, along with the vanilla wiper. Here comes the pick now from 789. It is tower control at the museum.
Okay, second time seeing it here. The last time we saw it was a hyper aggressive take on it. Just push as far forward as possible. You got a roller and a ink brush. And we saw a lot of aggression in that one from Super Team 5. So 7, 8, 9, hoping that they can, pump the brakes a little, give a little bit more friction for Super Team 5 as they push forward. But it's just going to come down to I think, this composition and their special usage as they play around it.
Coach, what were we lacking in that last game? You guys need more friction. friction. What? That is not a term that is commonly used.
Friction, Popgun.
Okay.
You need to slow them down.
Elaborate. No, I'm gonna hold you to that. Elaborate. What do you mean by they need more friction?
You got a ball, and it's rolling down the hallway, right? And your hallway, I guess, is a little bit slanted, so the ball rolls.
Yes.
You're 7, 8, 9, right? You don't want that ball to roll. Well, you're gonna put a bunch of stuff down on the hallway floor, so that way it can't roll. You're not gonna put butter down, that'll lubricate it. That's gonna reduce friction. But hey, maybe some sandpaper, and that ball will stop rolling. Or the tower in this case, I suppose.
God, my wife hates it when I put butter down on our slanty hallway. I gotta tell you that. Hey, nothing's gonna change from the side of Super Team 7.
Whoa!
What is that? What is going on here?
What?
This is just 7, 8, 9. It's getting a little frisky there. There is the Ink Zuka machine, and on top of that, that is a slightly buffed Killer Whale bow and arrow weapon that is being used by them as well.
Coming out. Hey, I think we're going to see a couple suction bombs from the side of 7, 8, 9. 3 of their weapons rocking the sub. And they're going to go 2 down, though, to that Sabino with that stamp, looking for the last one. Going to find the opportunity to throw it, just barely missing it. But Zenobi wisely jumping out, and that's a delayed wipe in favor of 7, 8, 9. They're going to be steamrolling this tower forward now with 2 specials to their name.
Yeah, they're building up some momentum, some anti-friction, if you will. Leaving their tri-stringer onto the tower. Gets a nice little double there. I think the Killer Whale got one of them, but they got a nice fallout on top of that. There's your wipeout, and there's a player basically doing some home improvement on the spawn of Super Team 5 as the tri-stringer falls asleep on the tower. Gonna be comfortably finding a way through the second checkpoint, and if you're 7, 8, 9, you gotta be thinking, we need to get a KO right here. We're in a good position to do just that.
Bears finding a way up to this right side using the tower. That's a great position to be in if you are that machine, but not able to find a pick. That means that they're forcing everyone back. They're not able to find the picks on Zenobi, though, so one player going to go down on the tower. Now Sabino finding one with that Sploosh-o-matic, the tower, looking through this checkpoint, trying to find more. The hammer comes online, unable to find the pick, though, and that might be the end of this push. The great job there from Walk, taking back control with that wiper.
Yeah, Super Team 5 lucky to be back in this one, despite the great positioning by Bears, as you would call it. Able to get control of mid is 7, 8, 9, and they're trying to get, canceling a reslider, but gets straight out on top of that. Mango cleaning up, so things are working out into Super Team 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1's favor.
I know aliases are banned in this tournament, but wouldn't it be great if there was a 6 somewhere on screen?
I think we should grant alias rules for this one match in particular. Let's get one. We'll let it slide here. Half of the game is gone. It's been wow. This tri-stringer honestly has been doing a fantastic job of keeping control of things, which is surprising because there is a Zuka ready to go, and there it is. What to say? But they survived that, and they're able to kind of do what the pencil was doing in the previous games, just kind of hold space, do the traditional anchor things that we're not used to seeing.
I love Hammer. I love Hammer so much, Popgun. Because a Trizuka, you're right, it comes out of nowhere. With the hammer, when it's thrown, like, by all means, you should have seen it coming. But now there's a massive, inflatable hammer flying through the sky, and you're gone. You're back to spawn. It's 7, 8, 9 pushing now, though. Hammer player ready to go, and there's the pop.
2 players down from Super Team. Well, a whole lot more than just 2 players down right now. Nobody's on the tower, however. But, okay, I'm assuming they're... Okay, they're keeping it alive just long enough for their tri-stringer player to get onto the thing. So a little bit of delay getting the tower out there. That's going to stall a push. But more importantly, if you're 7, 8, 9, it's difficult to add to your lead right here anyways. Most importantly, you just want to make sure you hold control mid. You got some specials to shut things down. You got a 2.5 checkpoint lead, which is massive on a map like this. So... yeah, they didn't get anything out of that push, but it doesn't really matter, essentially.
A minute remains in this game, and quite a few points to go. for the side of Super Team 5. I'm going to avoid reading the numbers out loud, though, to not confuse myself. Zenobi struggling to get on tower. I feel like a little bit of my confusion telepathically going into this game now. And good map and area control from Super Team 5 ahead of this tower, but it might just be a little too far forward as the tower finally breaks that first checkpoint. Whack, looking to make something happen with that wiper. Gonna go down, though, before they can do much of anything with the hammer.
First checkpoint does fall, which does work out for Super Team 7. The problem is there's only 25 seconds left, so you're going to have to hit a home run right off the bat here. And Walk is going to have to try to make something happen, but the point sensor from the Neo sloshing machine is going to shut that down. They don't even try. They're just like, all right, they already found me. I'm just going to bounce out here. We're going to try to push things on this right side. Inkzuka being popped a little bit early, but they do have a double Zuka comp, so they might be trying to build up another one with the Inzap. Or let's just hold forward and destroy everybody as they funnel into us anyways. 7, 8, 9 eats Super Team 5 in Game 2 to force a Game 3 with the set tied 1-1.
47-86, 235 points that game, Pop Gun. 19,
I feel like we just
1968.
I feel like we just docked somebody's area code right there.
Oh no. Oh no. October 10, 22, 23. Low ink.
Set hike! Game 3 coming up here. Looks like we're wasting no time. Clamblitz, Scorched Gorge. Gorge from Super Team 5. They're in control of the room, so they're gonna go ahead and make the pick. And I honestly, I don't know how many players we have. I didn't look at the roster. Can we do sub situations?
Super Team 5 can. They've got 6 players to their name. Those 7, 8, 9 locked into that 4-player lifestyle. So hey, maybe we end up in a situation where no matter what, this low ink is a first with 4 roster players team low ink victors.
I didn't pay attention. Honestly, I checked out as soon as you really struggled to say the word bears, which it's just Bear 5, so I don't even know why you were having such a brain meltdown on that. But here we are, Clan Blitz. It's Scorched Gorge. This is can we, Inky, can we delete the VOD of this afterwards? Can we make sure this doesn't end up on the YouTube stream?
Popgun, our luck on Tower Control Museum is sad. That was the one where you got so lost, trailed off in a sentence and said, "Brush, can you just talk for me, please?"
No, that was yeah, I remember that. That was in this tournament. That was like.
But our museum luck is quite poor. We need to stop putting it in map pools when we're commentating.
The good news is they can't go back there. They already won on it. Clan Blitz at Scorched Gorge is popping up here. Do they continue to use that Dread Ringer? Is the question. We haven't really seen much play out of it up to this point, other than a couple of resliders here and there. It's not a weapon you see much of at all. So much so that I can't really say anything about it. So I wonder if they're going to continue to use that or find more effective ways to use it, or if they want to double down and keep using it going forward. Stet tied 1 apiece here, heading into this game 3. And they are keeping the same exact comp. That is Super Team 5 loading up there. And here comes a little bit of a change. Instead of the Stringer, it is now a pencil so that they can get some soda. And instead of the Neos machine, they're going back to the V-Slosh with Inkstrike.
Meekog having none of those changes, sticking with that Dread Ringer, liking the formula they've got. Yeah, they've got 2 Inkzukas ahead of them, so not a lot of concern there as Whack goes down to Sabiano's hammer, and they're not done yet throwing it. Not able to find the pick, but with 30 seconds left, great control of the Clam Economy. They're going to find a pick and keep blazing forward. That is 7, 8, 9 with the power clam to go.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity for 7, 8, 9. They got the man advantage. They got their pencil player in a great position to keep control of mid, and is now moving up to be a little bit more aggressive. The problem is they don't have any clamps. Are they sitting somebody to get some clamps? I think they just now realize, oh, wait a minute, we should, we got this basket open and all these players dead. Maybe we should go back and get one. Instead, the pencil goes back, jumps in, making a power clam, but too little, too late. A little bit of miscoordination on rolls there from the push as that player died in heaven. Okay. And now the map turns orange. A good push, but a missed opportunity by 789.
Popgun, I feel like I was trained to never comment on those kind of picks, but when your stream producer in your ear goes, I feel like I have to say something. Now the push is gonna switch to Super Team 5. Inkfair, our stream producer, getting a good chuckle out of that one. Push stalled out by 789, so no points will be scored here for the team with the 5.
Minute 30 gone. I was critical of 789 because they had a great opportunity. They were in a great position, but forgot that they have to go back and get clams. And that player, the pencil player, should have just grabbed a few clams and came back in. Shouldn't have built up that power clam right there. Instead, though, they're able to weather the storm. There was a good opportunity there for Super Team 5 to get back in, get control of mid, and start building up some slow push going into their favor. Instead, they rush it a little bit here. And since then, things have just kind of stalled out as we head into the second minute mark now.
Trades are trades are trades are trades, so no advantage clearly given here, though. Paint slowly shifting into the favor of Super Team 5. They're the ones with the ball in a more aggressive position, so they're looking to make something happen here. That Dreadringer has their special online, not able to find an opportunity to pop it before they go down. That's Sabiano with that Splushamatic looking for a way in as they're coming back for that this way, grabbing that juice, and now looking to make a push of their own. 2 specials ready for 789.
Yeah, and the pencil is the player with the hammer, so I think they're trying to find some way to do... Well, I mean, they're just kind of holding on, waiting for an opportunity, but the opportunity's just not there. Instead, Super Team 5 once again finds themselves in probably the best position they've been in all day. They have control mid, and they got a ton of clams to work with, and all their specials, if only one of their splashes or shots didn't get eliminated. Here comes the hammer coming out from the wiper that clears everybody out. And can this Dreadringer find a way to get this Super Clan in there? It looks like they're just going to smooth their way right on in and dunk it right on top. So here's the push the Super Team 5 has been waiting for. And honestly, it's a winnable push just off of this alone. 79 points scored, and they're not done yet, Brush.
Raizuka on the side of Super Team 5, unable to find a pick, but the basket gonna barely close. Zenobi not able to find the picks in time. Need a little bit smoother movement, or schmovement, you might say, if you're Super Team 5. And now paint control going back to 789. Did you just say yes? Did you just affirm schmovement?
Correct.
Okay, the push continuing to move. Specials online for 789. There are the tri-strikes and the hammer up ahead. Juice behind him, but going 2 down on that pedestal. So Sabiano has no clams, but they're ahead trying to make something happen. A delayed 3 on the side of 789, so they can't quite find anything to move in here with. And the basket will close with 50 seconds left. Not a lot of utility off of that push.
Was there a player back there? I feel like that Reef Slider was trying to chase a ghost. That maybe a little bit of miscommunication that they thought somebody was still there. That draws attention away from them finding to get away back into zone, which is still going to remain that 7-8-9 purple right now. Still one more player dropping down in here, getting a trade. But as long as this pencil is on top of things, throwing some soda for a couple of players to use, they're going to be in a situation to try to get this lead back. The hammer instantly gets canceled, but the pencil player not on top of that tower anymore, trying to work along this right side. Is there a hole that's going to open up for 7-8-9 to slide through and get the lead back?
Strikes want to make that hole, but not able to find it, though. Sabiano wants it. Enough. Apparently, if you want things, you get them. Now the basket's open, not able to find the pick on that Reef Slide. So that means some clams are on the floor, but no one's there to throw them in pairs. Looking for it. They're 1 clam away. They don't have it yet, though. Sunset wants it, and it's not there. The pencil player, desperately looking for a way in, recognizes they won't make it, and 1 clam games aren't wins. So 7-8-9 unable to find the win. Game 3 will go to Super Team 5.
Bro, that Sploosh player went nuts right there. 7-8-9 had no business being in that one. It was a great defensive play by Super Team 5 to hold on, and then the Sploosh just ultra instinct through everybody, killed some people, popped the basket, popped the hammer, threw it all over the map, getting all kinds of splats, and they still fall 1 clam short. What a fantastic play and a losing effort by the Sploosh player Sabiano, I believe, is what we're rolling with right there. But still, Super Team 5 barely holds on to the win, and they're up 2-1.
So now we move to a game 4. We're looking at a match point here for Super Team 5 as they find that last one. But it was so cool. I mean, I'm loving watching that Sploosh-o-matic play. And yeah, you have to wait for them to go absolutely feral before it's really enjoyable. But it's something we don't get to see, Popkin. Like, I mentioned Lois earlier when you threw trivia at me, knowing I wouldn't know the answer. But I feel like that's the last time we saw some Sploosh-o-matics really go off.
You're going to be disappointed.
What? Was it like last month?
It was a few months ago.
Damn.
Squid Strikes had a Sploosh player that just flat out embarrassed everybody that was playing that month in Lowling. And also, there's a Div X Sploosh player. Lily and I were commentating in Rage versus Red Sun on the Splatoon Tourney channel, and they have a Sploosh main who was doing some really crazy things. It's one of those weapons where if you put thousands of hours into it, you can overcome the weaknesses and maximize the strengths that it has, which is lightweight, high killing power, a lot of movement, as you pointed out. Not a lot of range, but when you can close the gap that quickly and you can just basically just get right in somebody's face and obliterate them with that thing, it has a lot of strengths to it. It's just, well, if you can't overcome the weaknesses that it has, you kind of suck with it, which most people do. But I'm assuming we're going to see Sploosh from here on out because it has been working very well for 789, even though they're currently down.
Talk about a Sploosh-o-matic map. There's Rainmaker Santa Maria coming out. God, I'm watching it here. It's so fast. So many tight corners. So many choke points. I mean, it just has a fun time. Never mind the flank opportunities through that cut.
Oh, this brings back memories. Access denied versus Lois in the January 2022 Low Ink. The one that you, well,
the one
that I watched. For you, that's the one that Lois did win for you, Brush. But yes, this map holds a place in any Low Ink fan's heart, as for whatever reason.
I feel like
what's going on? Go on.
I feel like every access denied grand finals has a place in every Low Ink fan's heart. I mean, like, think about the clam miss on Snapper Canal. That was a game 7, if I recall correctly. Talk about, the entire lowest set with the double sploosh. I mean, like, the writers outdid themselves in the access denied era.
Oh, yeah, well, there's been a writer's strike for most of the year, so that's it's understandable. Things are only just now getting back into order here.
Wait, y'all are getting paid for this?
Yes.
Damn. I need to renegotiate my contract.
You do. You got some ways to go. By the way, the logo for 789 is the Club Penguin over 18 logo with the squid or the penguin that's got the cane. So maybe they're recognizing this as like a dad joke.
7, 8, 9, 18. You know? I mean, throw more numbers at you. Why not?
Game 4. Super Team 5 looking to punch their tickets to grand finals. 789 looking to push this one to a game 5. No changes coming out from Super Team 5. And they're going back to their tower control comp with the Tri-Stringer, that is. They're still keeping the Splosher, which they didn't use in tower control.
Traditional comps for this team, though a little bit still coming out from 789 of change, as you point out. Pop gonna go in the favor of the team with the double shooter, which, you know, a little bit interesting against the sploosh, but it doesn't matter because 789 gonna find the picks right back. Meekog stuck in a tricky situation, and that means the push is gonna go to 789 first, and that checkpoint will fall. And a great dominant play from Bears with that slosher, finding a way to just terrorize Mango, though. Able to find the pick back. That's Super Team's Mango.
And here comes the Dread Ringer along the right side, able to catch the Rainmaker before it can drop down. But still, I don't think they might recognize that there is a Sharking Hammer right here. One of the best players in the lobby right now is still alive! getting a blast on players, and the Rainmaker's running away. Put your controllers down. You lost the sploosh. We're going to a game 5.
Oh, God.
What?
What?
Where'd you go?
No.
Yes.
You're joking.
Nope. That happened. That happened. They lost track of the one player they couldn't lose track of. To be fair, they're sharking in like a millimeter of ink. So, yeah, it's hard to find it, but we knew they picked that map for a reason. It was for the sploosh, and what happened? The sploosh called game.
Oh.
The sploosh said, look, I got a date tonight.
Gosh.
Can we hurry this up? Let's just get to game 5 and move on, please.
Oh, here's the replay. Yeah, this is what I wanted to see. Our producers in our ear letting us know we have one. I mean, this entire game is in this replay. Like, here's the push failing. Here's nothing happening. Sabiano finding the millimeter of ink as he grows. But look at this. I mean, they get called out. Like Zenobi recognizes it. The team rotates. They're just rotating into a hammer. Like, it's so... I don't know. I think you have to clear that Rainmaker there. I think the time it would have taken to pick up that Rainmaker and jump it off the edge, even die, your team would have rotated around and they would have had to repop it.
No.
I mean,
you don't suicide it off the map.
I think you do.
Situation.
Against a sploosh that you don't know where they are?
Super Team 5 can't pick this one.
Yeah, they won zones game 1. Can't do that.
And they caught it themselves.
Okay, cool.
So they recognize that.
Hey,
yeah, so we can't go to Splash Zone's Mako Mart.
Ink Fair, can we pull back up the logos? Can we pull up the logos again?
You want to see the...
I just recognized. I know you think I'm gonna comment on Super Team 5. Popgun, that's a really good representation of you on the right. I mean, like, you've looked better in photos, but it looks decent.
Well, I am 18 plus, and that is what everybody who's over the age of 18 does look like, especially when you're a ping one. I'll tell you, man, it's been 15 years since I could feel my back. So, and hopefully I still got like 70 years left of my life too. So that shows what we're going.
Hey, where are we going now? What map mode? Are they just loading into the...
Okay, so the team that made the counter pick is the host. They instantly picked. And wait, I don't even have the right screen up. We're going to... we're not playing this.
This is the replay that we're watching. Stream isn't seeing this. We're talking about nothing to stream.
Oh, okay,
really
cool.
fun.
I was about to say.
We're
talking about logos as a way. Tower Control Art
are.
Academy. They can pick that. Yes. Fair enough.
Pick rules. We have a cool video that helps out with that one. We've been talking a lot this weekend about
they're caught up in the moment. They just got absolutely run off the map, hammered into the ground. I think they're still trying to pull their teammates out of the ground after they just got hammered into the Manta Maria map. So I feel they're a little bit rattled here, but they caught their own mistake. We're going to Tower Control Art Academy. They're roaded up, and everybody from the side of Super Team 5 immediately hit A as soon as they got to the weapon selection screen. Just like, hey, we're not even trying to hide what we're doing here. We're not even changing our hats. We're going to use the same exact comp we've been using this entire time. The question is, can they shut down this sploosh? Because that player is feeling... They got a little too much momentum, if you will, Brush. And I think what we need more friction from the side of Super Team 5. Would you say that?
In the hallway, you don't want to butter the floor.
But stop buttering the floor. Put some scratchy pillows and stuff out there. Slow some things down here.
You get it.
Yeah, I get it. Of course I do.
I mean, I'm thinking about this hammer. I'm thinking about how that can play on a defensive, like on the defense here. And the question is, will the hammer find a way to move through and find the pick? Or will Super Team 5 be able to call out Sabiano before they can drop down, before they can pop that hammer, and find the pick? And honestly, the instinct is to put an anchorish player like that Dreadringer on the tower. But if you can push them up, if you can get them onto bats, I think Sabiano's going to have a lot more trouble.
Game 5, out of nowhere, coming on here between Super Team 5, who, no surprise, is using the same exact comp, and 789, which is using the comp they just used as well in the Rainmaker game here. You said, what is the hammer going to do on the defensive side? I think you do defense by offense. I think you keep sending that sploosh into situations to make plays, but you can't make plays if you're dead. This is going to be an early wipeout. The first 15 seconds, goodbye first checkpoint, and look where the Dreadnought player is at.
Dreadringer right up to bats, as I called. I've never seen that jump before, actually. That's so cool. And look at them chilling there, getting some pay down. I mean, a little bit interesting use of the special. I guess they thought Bears would drop earlier, but a teammate there to help out. That makes that a trade. That's going to go into the offensive team because they've got a player advantage. And now it's just the Tri-Stringer looking to make something happen, but a Trizuka in their face getting barraged with bombs. They can't move. They can't breathe. We're not a minute into the game, and the third checkpoint will fall into the favor of Super Team 5.
Na. Hey. They're still alive? Okay, somehow didn't get KO'd right there. 3 checkpoints fall in a blink of eye, and 1 minute left to go. Oh, are you going to do them back? Are you going to do it to him with your reslider? I don't think so. I'm not thinking so.
Dreadringer, yeah.
They thought about it. They thought about it, though. They were like, you know what? You know, it'd be cool right here. Instead, they're just going to get erased. But still, damage done. 1:30, and they almost hit a home run out of the park. Instead, now, they have to be the team that withstands for 3 minutes and 30 seconds against a aggressive Sploosh that's going to be trying to make hero plays one right after another. Instead, I like the... Oh, what? Wow.
Your special works, I guess. Like, that's such a niche understanding of your special to know where to stand there. That's wild. What a great play by Saviano.
That was some silly. That was some Splatoon silly that we saw right there. Regardless, 30 seconds gone off of the clock. 789 now trying to get onto the tower, but Super Team 5 being very pesky, keeping the aggression up. They're not sitting back and wait. They're moving forward and making plays. And finally, the reslider lands and connects on top. It wipes out 789, opening the door for them to push the tower up into the enemy base yet again.
That's 2 wipeouts in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That's more wipeouts than we've seen all of today in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And a third one is wanted here as Super Team 5 hungrily hunts down this last checkpoint, or this tower goal even, sorry. 2 minutes and 14 seconds remaining. No Nana's coming out from me. I don't want to curse it, Pop Gun, but it's looking deadly here.
It's looking very bad if you're 789. Super Team 5 though, this is looking fantastic. Another hammer coming out here, getting a couple of players. The last one is nowhere near the tower, so there's a defensive wipeout for you, but still 6 points added to your lead, a full minute led off of the clock. A great situation for Super Team 5, and they're going to keep the aggression up, I'm assuming, because it keeps working out for them on the defensive side of things. Never let 789 even get close to that first checkpoint.
Never give up. Not an opposite rhetoric to another team we've seen in this tournament. As finally 789 looks to get a push of their own. They've got the hammer ready. There's the killer whale as well. No picks coming out quite yet, but there's 2 from that Dreadringer. A great little sequence there for Meekog, and a third pick will be found in their favor. So 789 gonna have to keep working at this to find an advantage in as they look to get some defensive momentum moving here, doing a great job controlling that bats area.
Yeah, this is not the position you want to be in if you're 789. Stuck playing defense when you're down by 3 checkpoints and some change. The aggression is just starting to overwhelm them right now. They're doing a good job. We're doing a good job of dealing with the sploosh. But again, all these fantastic sploosh plays are coming on their own side of the map. And now they're not going to have a hammer to work with. Do they have another cheeky play in them to where they can get a quad and blow the doors wide open because there's only 30 seconds left and they're just now getting to that first checkpoint.
Tower gonna be able to finally clear it though as 25 seconds remain. So if you're looking to knock out here and find the lead, you're looking at an overtime push, which means that those 3 picks are gonna be absolutely devastating and gonna completely kill their dreams on this one. They might be able to get another chance here, but they need to get a lot of paint and a lot of picks quickly. And Mikog sharking with a dread ringer, not letting that one happen. Sensei going down.
That's probably going to do it right here. 2 players left alive. Bears gets traded onto the tower, and Super Team 5 wins Game 5, and they are going on to Grand Finals.
You know what, Popgun? I had plans this evening, and I texted halfway through this set before Manta Maria that we had to push back. I was like, Low Ink's going to go long. It's okay. And then we ended Manta Maria Rainmaker in like 37 seconds from the first pop. Like, I think I'm going to make my evening plans on time after all.
It's going to come down to one more. Best of 7. First off, great job by 7, 8, 9. A fantastic effort from them. Great set by both teams. But Super Team 5 basically weathered. It's impressive they came back and opened that Game 5 in the way they did, including how Game 4 resulted in them getting absolutely spanked in that 30-some-odd seconds that you mentioned. But Super Team 5 bouncing back, and they're going to be taking on not JoJo, because JoJo just got swept 3-0 by smoking Moais. So that is going to be your grand final set. We're going to be taking a quick break to get that one previewed for you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with grand finals flowing.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Ink October 2023, except instead of intense Splatoon action, you get brush strokes, reading an ad read as Popgun nods his head vigorously, I'm sure, because New England's first LAN for Splatoon 3 is just around the corner. New England Splatoon is excited to introduce New Inkling. Come hang out and compete at Balance Patch in Allston, Boston, Massachusetts. Side events, including Salmon Run, are subject to demand, so join our Discord server and register soon. Competitor badges are $20 or $15 for students because we're in Boston, but children under 16 will need to be accompanied by an adult. New England Splatoon is so excited to see you there and show New England what the Splatoon community is all about. Do I have a time on that ad read? How was that?
We got 20 seconds left to go. You know what you're basically telling people to say in chat?
What am I telling them to say?
I said, I think I'll go to Boston.
No. You did so long when I was moving here for school, and I was like, that's not a real song. Popgun's having, an aneurysm every time. And I was scrolling TikTok like a week and a half ago, and I see Things to Do in Boston, and it's that song. And I was like, oh, it sounds nothing like Popgun sings it, but it's definitely the same song.
And it's going to be the same comps coming out basically from both teams. If you like Zuka, boy howdy do we got a treat for you. Get used to what you're seeing on screen. We got potentially 7 games of this. The one thing though is that there's a hero shot on the side of Smoking Moais as they take game 1 here, getting the first splat to open up this grand finals.
The first splat, but paint control comes second. They're going to be able to find it, though, and a trade will go into their favor as they have the player advantage. So a 4v2 on the field now. Bombs thrown, well-timed, forcing Mikog to dance around in this defensive position, barely surviving the first Trizuka of the game, and Whack unable with that wiper to find the pick off of it. So they're going to go down, and 60 points remain, only 40 seconds into this game. That's a great spot to be in for Smoking Moais. Moais?
Devi and Falco said Moais. So for the sake of consistency, we're going to go with that. It could be Moais, but I'm, it's just... The smoking getting nailed into the ground is what their names are right now after Whack just whacks them with the hammer. It gets a nice ledge camp splat right there as well, as a lot of players are going down from the side of the Smoking Moais.
Oh, look at the aggression that lockout. I haven't seen something like this since LSL 10 in 2020. What an incredible lockout from Whack. And Mecogs on that Red Ringer, taking complete control and following it up with the Tri-Stringer. That is going to find a couple, or Trizukas. That's going to find a couple more picks as the million Tri-items in this game come to my brain. And their lockout's getting it all the way to 25 before even contested. Just a couple in the zone and not enough to hold it. So a wipeout will go in the favor of Smoky Moais.
Still a good push and a great lockout from Super Team 5. It all started from the Wiper's hammer, able to get a lot of great splats and get into a great position to be very pesky. But there's not a lot that's standing in the way of Smoking Moais and getting the lead right here. They just got to shoot through these penalty points, and then there's not a lot in their way. They do got the man advantage as well. You got one player stuck in the freezer area that is going to get splatted. A delayed wipeout, penalty points gone. Smoking Moais staring down the lead.
35 ticks in their favor and a couple more to a lead. A good pick will come out early, and with a juice ready to go, you're all going to scream soda, but the zone going to flip there to a pesky reef slider, and no lead found yet. That's by Super Team 5. Plenty of time to get some more specials ready, starting with this Trizuka to try to enter the zone.
Yeah, and, well, used it to no effect right there, but somebody was able to get a splat on an in-zap along the backside, taking out some painting capability. Going in here to an awkward 1v1 is one against Gecko, but still enough players left alive from the side of the Smoking Moais as they're able to get control of zone yet again. They basically held onto the zone for the past a minute and a half here. They just haven't been able to chew through enough of those points to get the lead, but they're very, very close. They're finding ways to avoid those Ink Zuka shots that are going to be gone, but there's still one more Zuka ready to go. Along, combined with this hammer, is not going to be enough to get control of the zone, so the lead will flip to the Smoking Moais, but still, it is enough to at least save the game.
Back and forth goes this zone with 45 penalty points remaining and only another 2 to get that lead for Super Team 5. But going 2 down isn't going to bode well to finding that dream, as a couple more picks. There's 3 in favor of Smoking Moais. So now with only a minute left, they march towards a KO with the lead already in their favor. A very strong lockout for them. Smoking Moais, 10 more penalty points, and they're going to be able to take this thing home.
Yeah, all the penalty points basically gone. They got the players alive to do it as well. Some specials, getting a nice pick over there on top of it. Just basically a Hail Mary Zuka play being canceled out by the strikes. And a nice bounce back from the Smoking Moais, who 3-0'd JoJo to get into this one, takes game 1 in this best of 7.
Okay, pedal to the metal. Smoking Moais, they've been really hot all day. They're going to carry that momentum into grand finals. Super Team 5, however, maybe taking a little bit slower, maybe going back to the drawing board. They've been using that Dread Ringer a lot. They know how to make it work. They know what maps they love to play it on. Counterpicks in their favor, cards are in their hands.
Yeah, they got the cards. Absolutely. And now, the best of 7 counterpick's a little bit different from best of 5, as we always say here in grand finals. You cannot pick the most recent mode that you've won on, and you can never go back to a map you've already won on. So that's something we'll keep in mind as things move forward. But it's not if you won in this mode, it's gone forever. Because in best of 7, eventually you'll get into this awkward spot to where I can only pick Clan Blitz for 3 games in a row. And so this rule change kind of balances that out a little bit. Tower control and undertow spillway. That's not a legal map. So I don't really know why they're picking that.
No, it's not.
I was about to say, I'm the one who made the map list this time around. They're going with Rainmaker. Okay, so they had it hovered over Tower Control Undertow, and I was like, that's not it. But they're going Rainmaker Undertow, a classic Rainmaker map here in Splatoon 3.
Any percent grand finals looks like it's underway for Smoking Moais with a dominant game 1. But we talked a lot about friction today. And that's what Super Team 5 is looking for. Okay, you brought it up once, so I think it's fair to say it's been us. But anyway, friction. That's what Super Team 5 is looking for. Looking to slow down the momentum, looking to take a little bit of air back for themselves. But Rainmaker Undertow is not where I expected that to go. I was much more expecting a Tower Controller, a Clan Blitz, if you want to play a little bit slower.
I just googled a Smoking Moai.
Yeah, what does
it
look
looks like every image is just an Easter Island head thing that's got a cigarette in its mouth. So
it's a Moai smoking.
Is that what a Moai is?
Is that what they're called? I feel like I've heard that before.
I have not seen.
Can we pull up the logo, Inkfair? Yeah.
Okay, so it's an Easter Island thing. Oh yeah, that's exactly when I just googled that word. That's exactly what popped up. So. There you go. This is obviously a real thing that I'm just now learning about, since I'm a Club Penguin member over the age of 18, apparently. Same weapons coming back out. I highly doubt we're going to see any changes at all throughout the course of this set. So buckle up for this. But this is Super Team 5's counterpick, though.
It is. So Rainmaker, we're looking for them to show up and make something happen, and that's going to start by not getting the pop, but hey, maybe getting a couple picks here. Whack looks for to make something happen along the left side. Not able to find it, though. A 4v2 now. Smoking Moais continues their domination here early, forcing I was
forcing one of their players to be erased from the existence there, as we're gonna get the replay. So that is that was Super Team 5 that had it. So that's gonna be their one replay of the set. And now this is where so here's where the question comes into play, because we haven't had any DC issues from Super Team 5 in that last set. Hopefully it was just a one-off thing, or not somebody's internet like completely being shut off. I think there are some storms going to. I don't know where either of these teams are from, but it looks like what?
I hate to interrupt. You know the copy pasta that's like, if Popgun has one fan, it's me. If Popgun has no fans, I am dead.
Yes.
Right now in chat is the Spanish version of that for smoking Moais. I just Google translated.
Did you just cut me off for a Spanish copy
it's
pasta?
So good. It's great. If Moais gives his opinion, I agree. If Moais speaks, I listen. If I obey, if they have 100 fans,
Thanks.
I am one
There's
of them.
something important I want to point out here. Savage Wolf is playing now. And I believe they're subbing in for the X player. We haven't seen Savage Wolf this whole time, right?
No,
I'm not sure.
We have not. It's Zenobi.
So-
Zenobi's gone.
So it could be an instance where something did happen to that player's internet and they're just gone and they need this player to sub in, who is ready to go. Or it could just be us being just bad at memorizing things.
Definitely not. Zenobi was not here. So that's definitely a change. You know, double Trizuka coming out for them. Lots of suction bombs on this map. And Pop this time will be contested due to that extra paint they've found now. So a different game we're walking into here, not a repeat of what we just watched.
Hey, Savage Wolf, do you own the vanilla splatter shot? You do? Okay, cool. You'll fit in perfectly with what we're trying to accomplish right here. But still, you're not as warmed up. They've been in chat, apparently, this whole time. So that's a player that's coming straight off of the bench, and that's going to work into Smoking Moai's favor, as they're going to ultimately get this first checkpoint with ease, and they're going to get a whole heck of a lot more on top of this as well in this opening push.
Deja vu all over again as the any percent speed run continues. Smoking Moais doing a great job putting on the pressure here. Look at Neo Mega pushing all the way up, terrorizing that Trizuka, making them waste one of their shots for it. The Rainmaker, the last alive, unable to find a way through. So 44 points will be where this Rainmaker push ends. But still great aggression from the side of Smoking Moais.
Poor Javier, just stuck between two players. They're closing in. Where do I go? What do I do? Meanwhile, Savage Wolf, who wasn't expecting to be in this situation, finds themselves with the Rainmaker in Grand Finals of Low Ink. Welcome to your Low Ink moment right here, as they're dodging some Inkzuka shots. Players trying to push up, but not getting any splats from the side of 2% 5. So Savage Wolf says, all right, I'll just do it myself then. Oh, wow, a triple. Okay. Will they get the checkpoint off of this, though? No, they won't.
Oh no, it looked so promising. And then there was a Rainmaker kill by the shield. And they'll find two of them. So back to the drawing board. Go Super Team 5. They're going to have to find a new way in.
Maybe, no. 2 minutes gone down. Javier with the Rainmaker has, Smoking Moais has a pretty decent lead, but they don't want to be going backwards with the Rainmakers. They're losing players. They don't want to be going backwards with the Rainmaker while they're losing players. That is not an ideal situation. With the two splatter shots left alive for Super Team 5 in a great position to pop it. However, there is a decent situation right here for the Smoking Moais to get a defense going until 7. Who's this player? And why have they not been in this entire time? Okay.
But unable to find a pick on Neo is Super Team 5. So they won't be able to find that checkpoint, and they will go down into a delayed wipe. So a good defense there from Smoking Moais. But yeah, if Savage Wolf can find more down opportunities like that, find more plays where they can just blindly throw a Trizuka shot and find a pick, that's how this tide is going to start to shift. Find the opening pick, find the way to follow it up, and you'll be able to keep moving. But for now, Smoking Moais, Javier holds that Rainmaker looking for a way through.
2 minutes left to go. 2 players down from the side of Super Team 5 as the Rainmaker is being pushed along this left side. You want to add to your lead if you are the Smoking Moais, because 44 remaining on this map isn't a whole lot, especially if Super Team 5 can find a way to push it to the right. And it looks like they're trying to do just that. They're sending a couple players on that right side. Gets a splat with the re-slider, and they are going straight for that checkpoint. They do clear. If they can pop it, they'll get the lead very quickly because of how close that checkpoint is to the final pedestal. It's just a war for the pop of the Rainmaker right now. More players are alive for Smoking Moais as they do get the pop, but still, the checkpoint is cleared, even though nothing more will be added on top of it by Super Team 5.
A beautiful couple of picks there for Smoking Moais with that Trizuka will find their way into a push. Now the Trizuka going not able to find their shots off is Super Team 5, so great job finding distraction plays on the side of Smoking Moais. Their push will get halted here, but with 55 seconds left, I mean, you're on the defensive, which is suboptimal for Smoking Moais, but they've been dominant on all of these defenses. Only the checkpoint has fallen for Super Team.
45 seconds left to go, and they don't have to do much to get the lead now that the checkpoint is out of the way. The Hammer player can't do much more than get a trade, and you just got a Zuka player ready to go. I think they're just going to back up right here, but here's the question is, what is Smoking Moais going to do with this lead? Are they going to try to push the Rainmaker? Are they going to fall back and be defensive? Instead, they're going to lose 2 players seemingly for nothing. And with Savage Wolf guiding the way with these Ink Zuka shots, they are going to go left right into the waiting arms of one player who does get taken care of. And are they going to find a way? They're basically going to set foot on that unequal path. They're going to have to do it on this final push due to the time. The Rainmaker player going along this left. 2 more players going down. It's just the bomb that's slowing things down. But here comes the flank along the backside.
Oh, there was no shot. Sometimes you watch these plays, Popgun, and you can review and you say that's where you move, but just enough thrown at Meekog holding that Rainmaker that there was no chance to find a path through. First, the Juice was sitting there, then the bomb, then there was paint on the backside. So a great push from Super Team 5, finding that opportunity. They just wanted to find it a minute prior. So overtime won't be enough. Smoking Moais will take this game.
So a lot of uncomfortable situations for Super Team 5 right there. They not only do not get the win, but they had to sub in a new player to get that game even all the way through. Now, Savage Wolf, from what we could see of them, played fantastic. Especially considering they have not been playing this entire time, has apparently just been in chat chilling. Came off the bench, played extremely well, but it doesn't seem like that other player that DC'd at the beginning is coming back. And also, by the way, if you have another DC from the time of Super Team 5's standpoint, you can't get the replay. You already burned it here. So a very pressure-filled situation as we go through the set. And oh, by the way, Smoking Moais is feeling really comfortable up 2-0 right now, with seemingly the entire chat at their backs.
I mean, what a way to start this best-of-7 set. Smoking Moais showing complete domination in those 2 games, only giving the smallest amounts of breathing room for Super Team 5. And looking at their path so far today, it makes sense. 3-0 over Barracudas in round 1 of Alpha, 3-1 over MISQ in round 2, 3-0 over JoJo. I mean, top 32, I'm sure, was more of the same. They've been completely dominating today, 2-0 on stream against Determination this morning. So this has been a dominant day for them, and they're keeping up the pressure here. Super Team 5 needs to find something right now.
Weapon change alert! Weapon change alert! We got a range blaster that's not a quick respawn range blaster. Instead, it is a comeback intensified action range blaster coming out from the Swasher player Aphrodite. So, Smoking Moais, who was under no needed to change their comp at all, decided to mix things up differently here on this tower control game, so far working out slightly into their favor.
Savage Wolf, the new player with that Trizuka for the side of Super Team 5, looking to make something happen. A 3v4 on the field. A pick will be found, make that 2, so a 2v2, 2v3, continuing with respawns. Aphrodite with that blaster, gonna go down, so his mid will continue to be neutral as specials get popped, looking for an advantage.
So far, nothing really working out into the favor of any team. Super Team 5 trying to get control of space along this left side where you would see that first checkpoint go. But just getting a couple of trades here. So yeah, excuse me, they got the lead. But they're not going to clear this checkpoint, right? It's just too much chaos going on up here.
With that, 5 ticks remain and a pick found in favor of the defending Smoking Moais, but that checkpoint will not fall. You're correct there, Popgun. So a re-rotation around, that's Super Team 5, but this is their first time really with the lead all set. They're finally, not finding a big push, but they're putting on the pressure, and that's what you need to do in a situation where you're down like this.
3 minutes and 15 seconds. Still, nobody's cleared a first checkpoint. The Smoky Moai is taking a chance at it right here. They'll get the lead. They will clear that checkpoint, but not get much more out. This has just been a struggle for both teams to get stuff going here in this tower control game. But finally, I think the doors have just blown open. The tower control on the Super Team 5 side of the map. And Smoke and Moais is looking in a good position to try to go up 3-0 here.
Aphrodite controlling bats nicely with that blaster. That means that no one can even attack from that side. So finally, 3 will drop for it. That's Whack finding the pick, but not before the second checkpoint is down. Whack, though, not focused on the objective.
Yeah,
that means that the third checkpoint is losing steam as we talk. So finally, one on Super Team 5 will find a way to stop it. 20 ticks is a phenomenal push for this map.
Keep in mind, this is Smoking Team 5. Super Team 5, who was very dominant against 789 earlier on stream on this very map and mode, now getting a little bit of taste of their own medicine. But this game was so stalematey for the vast majority of the time. It's just that one wipeout that blew everything open here. And another great play by Whack on the top side of the map right there, but everybody else from Super Team 5 was dead, so it doesn't really amount to anything.
Gecko on this left stack looking to make something happen. They're going to get called out and forced to back up to the right side. They're met by Neo. Now the pair looking to move to the left and rotate back around. That's Neo finding 2 picks. That leads to a 3v2 situation. Staring at Savage Wolf, though, they will go down. So trades left and right, but somehow after all of that, the dust will settle, and it's Super Team 5 pushing and having the advantage. They just need to find specials to move up there, and the hammer will be a good start, but it's going to go down without finding any utility. So that checkpoint won't be able to fall, and their push looks like it's in the water.
If there was one moment where they needed to shut down the hammer, it was right there. But instead, they're getting a couple of splats on everybody else. This is the last shot player that's left alive. Javier gets eliminated, but the Inkzuka shot able to clear out one more player. Can they find a way to move that the tower control up at all, though? And the answer is no. Good defense, attacking multiple different points at once and able to shut down that push. They didn't clear the first checkpoint.
Yeah, the goalpost seems to have shifted substantially from where Super Team 5 was in last set. It's no longer about how quickly can you win. It's like barely about can you find the lead. Smoking Moais keeps this pressure up, keeps the way through, getting the same positions, push after push, Aphrodite back where they want to be in this bats area. And Super Team 5 can't find a way through. Another pick. Aphrodite's just going to camp out on this tower, get that checkpoint down. They don't care if they're back on respawn on delayed wipe. 10 points is so difficult to beat. I mean, if 20 points was a lot, 10 is substantial.
If they're going to do it, they need to start off with this hammer play from Whack coming along the left side, popping it really early, not in the position that's going to get any splats, but is going to locate themselves to the enemy players. And they have to get on the tower. I don't think they realize it. There they go. And as soon as they do, all hell fires upon them. 3-0, Smoke and Moais, they're staring down a sweep and a victory of Lowing.
3 games Smoking Moais has lost today. They lost one set 2-0 in their group in top 32, and they've dropped 1 game extra in round 2 of Alpha Bracket. This team seems to have found a way to find momentum and keep it. Nothing has been able to throw anything at them today. No amount of friction found against
You know what's crazy?
What's that?
They lost twice yesterday. In
They
fact,
were 4-2?
they were the last team let in their Swiss group. If they had an opponent win percentage that was just 2.7 percentage points lower, they would not be even in top 32 at all.
Sounds like a great story for a certain podcast in the Splatoon community.
It's not over yet. How many times has a team swept an opponent in the top 30? Since we switched over to the top 32 format, how many times has somebody won Lowing 4-0ing their opponent in Alpha Bracket?
Is it never?
Never.
Has it happened once? Wow.
It's never happened. So this could be the first time. Splat zones at Hagglefish. This is the last opportunity for Super Team 5 to get some momentum going here. And you know what? Tika, since this is the 5-year anniversary of Low Ink, there was one time where Inkling was about to get swept out of Grand Finals.
I remember this.
They picked Splat Zone's Hagglefish Market, and now they were able to force a Game 7. Could this be the opportunity for Super Team 5 to bounce back? Savage Wolf getting 2 games under their belt, getting a little bit of confidence built up even though they keep losing, and lost pretty badly in that last game. Can this be the moment where Super Team 5 comes back and wins this one and makes this a set? Or will the Smoking Moais become the first team ever to sweep their way out of Low Ink after barely even qualifying for top 32 out of yesterday?
No more insta-readies as we've seen throughout the day from Super Team 5. Instead, they're going to take a moment, find their breath, find their heartbeat, strategize something here, and hey, who knows, maybe change their comp up a little.
Potential
Never mind.
tournament ending set right here. As we see, hey, the blaster was fun, but let's go back to what kind of got us up into this situation right now. Not going to use blaster on Splat Zones, but the Dread Ringer. This is the final counter pick that Super Team 5 is going to be coming with here. I'm assuming so that they can find ways to get Reef Sliders across the map and do some damage on the enemy side of the map.
Zone gonna go back and forth early here as the first 30 seconds tick down. Specials ready for both sides, though it's Smoking Moais with the advantage. A huger advantage, if that's a word, when they find those picks. But the players are gonna go back in favor of Super Team 5, so the cap will stay in their favor, and everyone on Smoking Moais stuck in this spawn plat area. They need picks if they want to break out. That's gonna start with specials here. Juice and 2 Trizukas online. There's the first pick against Savage Wolf, and they're scoring focus.
You know, all the pressure is clearly on Super Team 5. So if you're the Smoking Moais, you don't have to feed into these situations. You don't have to play sped up. You can breathe. Your heart rate's probably not going as fast. You can say, okay, build up those sodas, get those Zukas ready to go. Let's be calm and calculated in how we get back into the zone, which is exactly what they were able to do right there. It might even get them in control of the lead.
A Zuka Pop will find a pick for Super Team 5, but not before another on Smoking Moais' side makes it a trade. 53 ticks is going to find the lead here, or find the neutral at least, with that hammer, and 3 picks are found from the Dread Ringer, so lead will switch into the favor of Smoking Moais. 40 ticks remain as Super Team 5 is back in their spawn. They need specials yet again, and they need to find a cap to stay in this one.
That might just be your tournament right there. Unless these... Okay, all 4 specials ready to go. They got to use them all pretty much at the same time. The Zap player gets taken care of. Here comes the Reef Slider on control of the zone. Great use of the specials right there. That was their last-ditch effort. They're like, okay, we just have to throw everything at this zone or else we're going to lose. And they literally threw everything that they could and got the right zap splats that they needed here. 67 penalty points placed on the Smoking Moais will give Super Team 5 a little bit of momentum going later. But the question is, how long can they hold on to this lockout? It seems like a really long time, actually. Smoking Moais is facing a lot of difficulties right here.
Wow, look at the paint control from Super Team 5, and that starts with their special coordination as the lead looks like it's not too far out. That means that KOing isn't either, but 3 down in the favor of Smoking Moais. They're back in this zone, so no lead swap yet, and with 2 minutes and 20 seconds, they're once again staring at a potential KO here with 50 penalty points remaining. Specials charged up for both sides, though the advantage, Super Team 5.
Look at Gecko going all the way up there, recognizing, no, we're not just going to let you guys stay back and build up your specials. We're going to take the fight to you. They didn't get any splats with it, but they did force that hammer out early, and now they're just pumping ink strikes into the zone, and nothing's going to land. I think that might be it, unless Savage Wolf just pulls off a miracle splat. They do kind of get 2 players down somehow. Lock getting back into the zone. Can they flip it back to their favor? They don't. And now Hammer's the last player left alive. They have 0 ink to work with. Low ink, and Smoking Moais is going to sweep their way to a victory.
Talk about a low ink alpha bracket speed run. This team wasted no time. This team won every game, the first one to sweep grand finals in low ink, and in a best of 7, Smoking Moais goes down in low ink, new format history with a 4-0 win, October 2023. It's their gold medal. What a dominant performance from this team for the 5th anniversary of low ink.
How crazy is that? And actually, I went back and checked the official opponent win percentage at the end right there. In 8th place, they had 61.1%. The team below them had 61.05%.
No. Wait,
They just-
7-5?
They literally just had, yes, 0.7 or 0.07 or something like that was the difference between them playing in Gamma Bracket and playing in this tournament. That's why we say so often, it doesn't really matter what you do on Saturday. You just got to advance. This team literally could have been in Gamma Bracket today. Instead, they were given an opportunity to play in top 32. And what'd you say? They didn't lose a single match all day long? They dominated everything?
They lost one set in top 32 and one game against MISQ.
What an impressive run for a team that is named after an Easter Island head that has got a cigarette in his mouth.
Oh, God. What a way to end it, Popgun. I mean, I made the joke before this set started. I said I had plans this evening, and I had to push them back. I mean, I don't know what I'm going to do for the next 90 minutes. I really got to... Maybe I'll do my laundry.
Well, if you're the smoking Moais, you're going to go celebrate because it happens every single month. We always talk about it. It's always the team we're never expecting to come out of nowhere and win this one. Nobody, including myself, had Smoking Moais. Where were they in the community poll? Were they even on there?
Right now. That's exactly what I'm pulling up.
And as we're looking into that, hats off to Super Team 5. Still a fantastic run from them. The obvious excuse would be the DC that they had and Savage Wolf having to come in. Savage Wolf played fantastic from what we could tell. Obviously being placed in a tough situation. Hey, come in the middle of grand finals and just try to win us this whole tournament. But still, a great run from them. And yeah.
So
what do you got? What'd you find?
Nothing. Rose Arrow's community polls didn't even show them. On our end, we saw that they went 4-2 in low ink August. And the only difference from their roster then is they added a player from Falling Squids. So I honestly couldn't tell you which one that is, but, magic happens and the right group of players play at the right time. And yeah, you can go 4-2, get a good OW, get lucky there. And, hey, we see you in low ink Grands. 4-0 domination.
Fantastic run from them. And what a way to end the 5th year of low ink. Nicely done to everybody. With that being said, let's start wrapping this up because we want to watch the Big House stream, I'm assuming.
Oh, yeah.
And you have a date, you said, tonight?
I do.
Oh, congratulations to you. I want to walk my son around the neighborhood. I think he needs a little bit of fresh air.
That sounds fun.
So let's wrap this up here. Brush, where can people find you?
Well, we used to have the credits say you could find my Leechess at Brushstrokes SPL, which you still can do. But I've been looking at my Twitter stats, and I need a little bit more clout. So don't follow Popgun, whatever he says. Just follow me at Brushstrokes SPL. I have better low ink shit posts. But hey, where can they find you, Popgun?
Why do you always have to find a way to slip the S word in here? This is an IPL family chat. You know how many DMs we're gonna get from the censorship organization or whatever about that? Great, thank you.
Good.
You can find me on Blue Sky at Popgun.
Oh, no!
I have the Popgun at Blue Sky. So how about that? From all of us here at IPL, the head TOs for this event, myself, Brush, and Hoenn Hero, the producer for this one, the lovely and talented Ink Fair, and all of our wonderful staff behind the scenes. We thank you guys for watching /playing /tweeting about this event. We will see you guys next month for a very special Thanksgiving edition of Low Ink, even though it's not going to be actually on Thanksgiving. And hey, don't forget to sign up for Breeze. This is probably going to be the week after of Low Ink if you are in Europe. That being said, Congratulations once again to Smoking Moais. We'll see you guys next month with another edition of Lowing.